2. Hello, everyone. Hello, microphone working, Limbus working, all set. Hello and welcome to our daily stream of Limbus Company. Today is the day that we finally get some new content. Hell yeah. I'm so excited for it. Well, for starters, hold on 1 second. I'm getting a piece of chocolate to commemorate the new content, so it's stuck in my mouth right now. It's melting. I took some hot coffee with chocolate, and so it's melting in my mouth. There we go. Very nice. Right, it released today finally, and it's here. New content. Look at these goobers. Mnestic experience. I don't know what Mnestic means. I could look it up right now, but that is not the point. First, we have to enter the game, the story stage, shall we? Now, I don't know if this is voiced, and if it's not, I'm gonna have to narrate, because I know some of you watch this stream on on another monitor or when you're doing something else. Do forgive my horrible headphones. They look horrible because they are horrible, but I want to listen to the music and stuff that happens in game. Without any further ado, let's get down to it. I already built my blade lineage thing to get into the event, so let's get started. Stages. Consultation sessions. Do we get some? I'm gonna open my notepad here so we can keep track of lore. No, wait. For this one, we should go about it like T. No, Hitler's been in the Vanguard for too long. I should put him back and let him... Dante. Huh? Oh, sorry, did you say something? I should have put on my voice changer for this. I use the voice changer every other time for Dante. I should use it now. Hold on, I'm gonna have to set up a keyboard key bind to switch voices so that I can do the thing. No, not this one. Key bind, there we go. Alright, for Dante, I'm gonna put on my little voice changer. Let me just check if it's working. Baba baby. Alright, it's working. It's working perfectly. Here we go. Sorry.
Can see if it's working. Oh, sorry. Did you say something?
I provided you an answer to your question, but it exhibits no observable response. Is the Sinner's combat performance deteriorating beyond the manageable parameters?
No, things aren't that bad, but it's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening completely different places at once. On top of that, Rodia's shopping chatter started to get a little distracting.
A few days after we enter N-Corp district, the bus pulled over into the backstreets of N-Corp to take care of a distortion case. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but distortions suddenly started cropping up all over an area of the backstreets called Butter Street without any coherent pattern. No obvious point of origin or route of spread, nothing convenient like that, and I have no choice but to split the sinners into the several groups and send them out. Otis, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yiseng, and Merso were on the way to rendezvous with the LCD team. All units that have Blade Lineage IDs. Very interesting. Hitler, Gregor, Hong Lu were suppressing distortions that had showed up from other directions. And with our onboard stock scraped down to the bottom, Rhodia and Ryoshu were done with their fair share of suppression work. They're put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. I do not trust Ryoshu to buy supplies for the bus. Rhodia, maybe, if you want to have like a sugar crash, but not Ryoshu. Not Ryoshu. Not Ryoshu at all. What possessed you, Dante, to allow such thing to happen? I don't know. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I've been putting off, and though I might as well get myself some much needed practice with handling the new golden bow power I had acquired. To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has on several recent occasions expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as mere personal grievance.
I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but
That was not the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. There had been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought. Moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me.
Could it be you can't access the ghetto shaft?
May I ask your basis for that inference?
Because you were acting a lot like you did back on the warp train.
It appears that there remain occasions on which you're still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. Of course, I'm your manager. My duty is to observe you. I noticed when you were acting strangely, you fucking weirdo.
So I was right. You really are cut off for the ghetto shaft.
That was not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the ghetto shaft, it may as well be that she can't. I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight.
Right, I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it.
Your reserve is appreciated.
Shall we move on then?
Yes, your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that memories concerning the individuals designated as Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. What an honor to have the memory of these two, huh? Alright. As such, should the influence of Ryosho and her sword lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information.
Yeah, not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh?
That's right. Despite K-Corp's memory-wide procedure, Katherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power, and Arashki severing people from existence, I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still show no sign of returning.
Oh, why won't my man with memories come back though? Is it because of this clock head?
Speculation based on your experience with the busting thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories, manager. Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy.
Bongi?
Yes, Bongi. Receiving feed and increasing in body mass alone will provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its Riri. Even at the terminal stage, where exposed to chicken instruments and the heat of the stove, its limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of the experience that you will have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey. That is your allotted mission.
Because treasure awaits at the end of the road, at the end of hell. And that treasure will give back my memories in my head also.
Indeed, at the end of the road, you will be able to engrave your aspect. I still have no idea what exactly aspect means, or even whether it's an object, but if I know one thing, it's that the me from before all of this began had wanted it badly, obsessively, desperately. It's more like instinctive knowledge, but with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image.
And you are not going to tell me exactly what it actually is, are you? These aspects. What it means, or why I wanted it so much.
It remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. I am unable to tell you. Pay it no mind. You're still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observations suggest that you have yet to arrive at that level.
Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is a bit rough.
Otestein is doing well in combat even without my direct supervision. Rodiestein is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off them would prove much easier. But that wouldn't give me the much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every Cinder status. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You would be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns.
Right, and I'd also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in too.
Even as I continue talking with Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they are doing. Yep, pulling Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries, his team is still doing pretty well even without my directions. As for Rhodia, wait, did she just stuff all of the pastry and bread she bought into her pockets? How did she manage that with a huge baguette? An Otis group, let's see. Looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. LCD. And that guy over there must be... Hang on.
Faust, there's a dude I've never seen before, but he seems a bit different from what I remember. Faust, there's a dude over there. What's that dude over there doing it?
Hello, sweet mirror. Been a while. How you doing? Could you specify the issue, Dante? Every time I pause, don't worry about it. Every time I'm pausing, I'm checking if I'm not using the wrong voice changer.
I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with the team too. Let's end the consultation here.
This is rather precipitous, Dante. If the incident is of a serious nature, perhaps a request for support for the LCC.
No, it's not an incident.
Though I wouldn't say that it's not serious. Is that dude is Kin? I'm receiving a fucking message. I forgot to mute my phone. Give me a second. Who the fuck dares communicate me? I don't care. Fucking ads. I'll deal with this later. You annoying. I love paying for the privilege of my service provider to send me ads. God damn it. Cool music. Rendezvous. Rendezvous, whatever. I don't speak French. This is going from bad to worse. Really, Dante says we tied up helping the other groups. Otis, command calls have been working out well enough. I'll give her that. We've managed to hold the line better than I expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Why are you waving your hand all arm and hand signals? What signals? What's swinging the arm sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know? It's scatter, damn it. It's so scatter. Crash. That was close. We almost got flattened. Damn it. Even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary of military training would have recognized the hand signal that basic. Well, we're not trained soldiers here, are we? Verily. The flourish of a single hand doth indeed make boast of a chivalric elegance, yet then thou suddenly waves thy arm about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in that mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail for a suit. I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanest to say. Chocolate. Delicious. To think that all of the personnel in the thing, only the swabby was the discipline to interpret a basic field signal. I only picked it up during my sailing days, and realistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable. After all the operations all of you have been deployed under my lead, you are still ignorant when it comes to nonverbal signs. I don't even Dante would know those signals. Yep, might as well be splitting hairs, literally. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Otis' instructions. We should disperse and withdraw. Megaton landing! Hey, pretty cool, let's face it. I know how to make a heck of an entrance. There she is, the fucking golden retriever herself. Whoa! Oh, aren't you supposed to be cleaning up distortion upstairs? Oh, finito a million years ago. You guys were taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering ascent, the floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened to the incipience of a wellspring. And don't you worry your head about it. That's all after things to take care of. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of her landing neutralized the last of the distortion outside of the building. Great, can you check on the distorted peeps' faces and clothes? Their faces are all segmented, makes my skin crawl, not a pleasant sight. Also their attire. This one appeared to be a sweeper, and that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. This distortion I landed on, probably a local resident, judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie. You know what? Then let's all head upstairs. The suppression request is kind of a pain. We'll need to put together a nice, neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, sayest thou? How was this not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Huh? Wait, did nobody brief you? This has often been the structure of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only after do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task which we committed to our hands. Really? Well, I guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Or only our new girl this time. That dude, I mean, Mr. Bamboo had the kid, is also here, so... He's okay now? Yeah, sure he is. You'll be surprised once you just how okay he is now. But last time he said he's still under treatment. To be precise, I believe Miss Engdu stated that his mind has yet to regain its former tranquility. Aha, that! You get it once you see him. I feel like we just end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. Stock son of fun. Oh, there we go. Ah, you've arrived. Hold on. How do I... Siente la aura. That's deserving of a screenshot. It's blinding. It's so bright. The midday sun is pouring like crazy. Yet, the warm tickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. Thank you, Yiseng. No, this is not sunlight. Because unlike this, there's no more to sunshine than its warmth. Then what exactly is this light? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Ezra. I am yet to be accustomed to this machine. This is my first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. It activated on its own accord, and yet to discover the method by which you may be silenced. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things that you don't understand usually ends with something or you broke it. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. But Mentor, Lady Moses has instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings and must be examined with care. Yes, and that only works if you're savvy about the knack. Hang on, did you just say Mentor? Ah, I had not yet been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I have apprenticed. By the way, I'm not gonna do silly voices for reading. I'm just gonna read it as is. I don't when the voice acting for this, when we get the bot gag for this, I will feel silly by making voices for it. So I'm just gonna read it as is. So you're here for the reading. Do you really have to dress it up like that? I told you only I took the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Switch, where's the switch? Aha, gotcha. Ah, oh my, what the fuck? Who's this nugget? Oh my god, the aura is entirely gone. Oh my god, they turned all the lights, hold on. Who the fuck is this? The aura is completely gone. Alright. Goodness, known as Bamboo-Hatted Kin. Yes, that's me. Guess I should say pleased to meet you, folks. That's not kin. Unless he got a body swapped. Which, I mean, imagine it is. If that's kin, that's horrible. They shouldn't have revealed its face. That is a fucked up thing. Actually, hold on. I think I took the screenshot now. Was that like cloves hanging on the thing? No, it was holding a sword, I think. I hope that's not kin. I'm gonna be very mad if that's kin. I'm gonna be very mad if that's kin. Okay,
so...
More often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The Bamboo-Hatted King, remember, was a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been while he was distorted and sunk into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. Please don't tell me that's kin. I'm gonna be very sad. But this is not just somewhat. His
personality isn't even the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy here is Bamboo-Hatted Kin?
Yep, we double-checked with Ezra, and she said he really is the same guy. Whoa, that fire in your head's not hot at all. Fascinating stuff.
Okay, can we check again, just in case? I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the sullen, serious man with his thought. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some kind of mental disorderment.
Lots of ticking and talking going on. That's supposed to sound like talking to you folks? Further confirmation will be redundant that this individual is conclusively identical to one designated as Bamboo-Hatted Kin. I've got no idea what your folks are so suspicious about. And dude, just what exactly have you been telling people about me? They are staring at me like they've seen a ghost. I told them you're a gallant and formidable warrior, Mentor. But they don't like that. They don't like they heard the most flattering things about me. There, don't you hear it? The faint undercurrent of disappointment in the ticking? I am disappointed too, brother. I also told them that you're a man of few words, but... Oh, fuck, I pressed enter. I also told him that you're a man of few words with much affection off for the followers of your command. Engdu. Yes, mentor? That's complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not something we can say about a guy who's talkative as me, don't you think? Yet, I spoke no falsehood. Although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you're much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you, are you not? No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him, so I refrain from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter. To even hint at any that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name, and mine by extension. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks. In any case... so you can't see anything if I block this part, hmm? Do tell, how many fingers am I holding up? Please don't let this be Kin. I don't want to believe this is Kin. Those are not my eyes, you know. I am taking white damage. I am taking white damage right now. I need my coffee. I need more coffee. I will make more coffee soon. Chocolate. This is horrid. I refuse to believe that it's Kin, and I think this is a trick, and I will not accept it. Your own folks, huh? They have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to Limbus Company. Limbus Company. Why didst thou not play a visit to the LCE? Verily, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and an untouchable field of grass clears the storm of the heart. And I said to the company, expect to act in the company's interest, yet for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spider-Pyre. You have to account for your absence in the mission. Otis addressed Kin as though she were conducting a formal investigation, every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. What mission? Oh, that one. Kin finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned toward Otis, although his hand was still on my head. Alright, clearly there's some disconnecting expectation here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all that hard, bothersome work, get what I mean? All about that hard, bothersome work, get what I mean? The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. What? So let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout, who's forced to do his job, with a frown too, I might add. Only when he's... Okay, I'm... 1 second, please. One more second, please. I am trying to recover my sanity here. This is awful. Alright, I've recovered. So let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout, who's forced to do his job, with a frown too, I might add, only when he's got absolutely no other choice. I'm really not some big shot Engdu apparently being promoting me as, folks. And I'd very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Fine. Then why did you join the LCD in the first place, if you'd rather be unemployed? No, never mind, they probably forced you to stay. You catch on quick? First they spout this nonsense about distortions and all, and then Force hired me, calling my company owned resource or whatever. And the other day they were again on about what's Golden Bow. Yes, they invited me on a tour to another department to listen on some important presentation, and I accepted it. I thought you'd be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. And dude, dear, there are times when you're committed to duties shines brighter than the sun. I find our attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows, maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat, to shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. Do you mean to say that you're in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Lady Ezra, I might submit a request of a pair of sunglasses for my mentor, only if it's not too much for the imposition on the budget, that is. That right there, that's what I keep telling you not to do. You can just say yes to every silly thing he says and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses add up a lot, you know. You gotta save up everything you can in the piggy bank while you still can, or you end up broke. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. Then pray makes the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. No, wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort, yet I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants and the maze of stalls to locate the very base item, so I must beg this favor of you. You're giving me a freaking headache, girl. I am aware that you and yours are no stranger to such dealings. There is no else I can trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get you what you want. You heard the gentle lady, Mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right. My apologies for interrupting you in mid-conversation. Pray continue. You had reached the part where they invited you to another department. Oh. Those are Engdu's words left her lips, then her eyes glittered with something I couldn't really put my finger on, but it was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Yeah, so that day I was just gonna relax here and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess. Let's say there's a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed indebted to the company. Yeah, fuck off. Yeah, I suppose I do. Kin's gaze lingered on Engdu's prosthetic arms as he answered. Oh, Miss Engdu, your arms. Only after following Kin's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Engdu's brand new prosthetic arms. Of course Sinclair's the one that noticed it. Last time I saw her, Engdu had lost both her arms, and I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it. It's not just the arms, even their clothes are different, and that sword. Oh, I had this arm fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious host of one of the LCD's team had prepared them in advance. With evident satisfaction, Engdu held up her dark metallic wrists as if to showcase them. The components fixed in her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Oh, such graceful smoothness, wet to the machine articulation. This is as though I am beholding the marvelous prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried himself. Yep. The showcase would have gone lackluster without a trademark reaction. Those are strikingly similar to Schwarz Industries' N7 lineup, but I thought that model was discontinued. Nah, not theirs. It's one of the products developed by LCD's Phenomena Deciphering team, and they put on her for trial. Doubt you'll find another one like them. They're based on technology spun from distortions. Good thing we're milking the distortions for all their power, huh? Oh, I see. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as he had glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory. Then, just as quickly, he fell silent. Whatever he wanted to say next, catching in his chest. Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair? It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory of Sinclair and why it cast a shadow over his face. But... sorry, just reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. It appears I lacked tact. These arms have still painful memory within you. For that, I apologize. It's alright, I'm fine now. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it, there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown quite a great deal. I can thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. Hello, G5K. I unfortunately have seen him, and I still don't believe it's him. And I refuse to accept that it's him. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade that could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes on every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life, walking through the workshop street that day. Oh, please, girl. We walked for just 4 hours. That's nothing. Like, for one thing, I understand the concept. I've seen that this character archetype before. The guy that he's really good with a sword, but he doesn't really care about anything. Where he's just a layabout. It's a charming one, but that completely annihilated his aura from before. I don't believe this is Kin, and I refuse to believe he's his kin. But we'll see. While everyone was distracted taking in Engdu's new outfit and equipment, Kin had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in the corner. Hello, Kisnib. He was rummaging through the things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pickpocketing them?
Anyway, what is this place supposed to be? What are all these things?
It's basically a wreck now, but there are strobes and that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio?
Oh, that could explain why there are so many photos stuck around the place.
Probably. This thing definitely looks like a camera at least. Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hand, studying it with curiosity. What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? Ah, there's some kind of strip inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's... Otis showed a sharp warning at Sinclair, as she had realized something. But Merce's hands shot out before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before his strip could be pulled out. Oh, what did I do? Exposure to sunlight damaged these objects. I already pulled a little bit out, though. It can be rewound. Carefully rotate the ridge section of the cylinder. I am currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage is of no concern. Okay, you mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates? Yep, they went back in. With a quiet nod, Merceau took the object from Sinclair's hand. It seems to be a film roll. There is something written on the outside. Experiment number 4. It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. You seem to have handled one before. Yes. Merceau's answers came without any further explanation, but the way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like that on the first timer. I once received a report containing photographs taken on film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by N-Corp are particularly difficult to falsify. They were often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the median, from what I've heard. A peculiar expression flashed across Erzer's face as she regarded Otis. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention. Anyway, we managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortion guys. Where should we begin? Then, in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Erzer and I were both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. For all her unfailing perky disposition, Ezra too may be carrying traumatic memories, every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Does there yet remain aught deserving illumination?
Yeah, wait, you're right. Haven't we cleaned up the distortion already?
I couldn't feel any more traces of distortion nearby, and it didn't seem like any other sinner things elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Dante is asking whether the distortion suppression has not, in fact, already been concluded. Oh no, not yet. These people we fought just now, they only got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort it themselves. We haven't even gotten close to the distortion's inflection point yet.
The inflection point?
Anyhow, finding an inflection point without a team leader around is gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. Erzer swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration as though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. By inflection point, are you referring to the point on a graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes? Calling to mind the present context, it may less be a mathematical term and more specialized policy, referring to the point at which a distortion occurs, the motive, intent, or indeed the point in which inflection of the mind occurs. Yep, that's about it. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use that term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector or cause behind it, stuff like that. You know, distortion's hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but you never find the root cause, the distortion never getting solved. Though I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock opens up a door into the Phantoms or whatever, right? You mean the Dungeon of the Phantoms. Yep, that's the one. From where we're standing, distortions are really high maintenance, time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. But you guys can just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snout out of everything there, and ta-da! Patient's ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about it, I almost bit my sleeve off. Verily, I had thought your team would have been set resolving distortions once the foe has vanquished, and as we are wont to do, was that not so? Of course not. Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time, peeps try to brute force approaches to it first, and if things go south, they send requests to the company or to our detective's office. That means the client this time must have been Bingo. Apparently the residents of Butter Street all had chipped in to commission all kinds of agencies like SWI and the Combat Specialized Fixer offices, but none of them could actually do things right, and the job got passed on to us. Meaning the distortion phenomena related to this kind of photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere on the streets. Exactly, that's why we gotta find something, anything that might count as a clue. Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ash gray suits and the logo on the collar of their uniform and briefcases.
Hey, isn't that N-Corp's logo?
Come to think of it, it wasn't Merceau. Wasn't Merceau. I was once employed by N-Corp. What? You used to work with these people? Yeah, he did that when he did mention that he used to work with N-Corp. Maybe he can offer some insight.
Do you know who these guys are, Merceau?
Yes, manager. These are N-Corp Class 2 staff members, given the camera briefcases in their possession. They are likely members of the pinframe team of Service Disclosure, whatever. Class 2 pinframe team. Let me write that down. Class 2. I'm gonna write that down because it's very important. Class 2 pinframe team of Service Disclosure. It wrote it down. Mercer recited the information as though he were pulling it from a file he'd already sorted and placed in the back of shelf of his mind. Okay, pinframe team.
Okay, pinframe team, huh? Anything you can tell us about them?
Yes. It is one of N-Corp's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include the handling of N-Corp's internal information, analysis of N-Corp's internal intelligence, the sorting and arrange of N-Corp's internal information, and intersector. Okay. Let's see. Field department related to information. Analysis of N-Corp internal intel, sorting and arranging. Good lore.
That'll be enough.
Whoa! Is he a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, well, another thing to be jealous of. You think it'd be okay with borrowing him sometimes? Might be an issue for us if we just went to borrow our team's encyclopedia. Looks like everyone agrees that he is an encyclopedia. Anyway, your encyclopedia is right. They are from N-Corp's pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in N-Corp's nest. But why would people already busy enough dealing with Nest affairs come all the way out to the shabby backstreet like this? Got any guesses? I'm unable to determine that. The possible range of connectors between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they have come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question. Huh? Ezra staring holes into me with an unspoken, is this dude always like this? Wouldn't pull any answers from me, you know? Because aside from combat situations, I still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then.
Okay then, Merceau, maybe this will be easier for to answer, from an objective point of view.
And that's when I noticed something I never imagined it would happen. Merceau's eyes widened, his gaze fixing me with such force that I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. A leveling stare that came with it. There is no such thing as an objective point of view. Manager. A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on rebuke. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately all things are subjective without exception. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Merceau's reaction had caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether the response might be connected to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself. And if this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner.
Got it. Then tell me three subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way to the back streets.
I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can, because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, oh, I see, my bad, as usual. Yes, manager. Yes, manager. I would presume that their mission was one or all of the following: retrieval of video recording or recordings in violation of N-Corp's taboo, prompt elimination of the violator, contact with an informant in the backstreets collaborating with N-Corp's nest, or identification on the arrest of a wanted individual or individuals designated by the net. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know. Like, wings usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixer offices or employees of the department in charge. I'd say these guys here are N-Corp staff. Miss Engdu, what are you looking for in their pockets? And looking through their belongings for enlightening clues yet to be hidden in the sleeve or the fold of their garments. Lady Moses has been gifting me with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before her with but a single glance, yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Let me take a look at that too. This is an employee card, and okay, this one's wallet. Let's not put in that back. We don't want to be robbers. Aha, this might be it. It's an order missive. Ezra pulled out sheet paper from an N-Corp staff coat and read its contents aloud. Work details. Elimination of the individual of a Category 3 taboo violation. Address Butter Street. This is the place. Which means all of this might be pointing out to something. Whoever used to work in the studio and the distortion phenomenon might be connected. Yep, now that you mention it, when that whole pop and change thing happened, I did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by combing through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Confirmed! The whole pop and swap, I am fairly sure that he's not Bamboo Hat Kin, and if he is, I am going to eat my fucking shoe. Oh, at long last, had the hour arrived for my debut as a detective forsooth. Just been waiting for so long since T-Corp, man. Don Quixote must be miffed for not getting to play detective back in T-Corp. No idea where she'd be keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective prop that had been given to Rhodia, Ryosho, and Honglu back then. Verily, I had foreseen that the day would come. Fortunately, Otis, wasting no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigan, a sharp dressing down for her was enough to make our dejected chivalric adventurers stuff the costume away. Okay then, we should get moving too. Fascinating stuff. Fascinating stuff. Alright, so pretty much confirmed something I had a theory for, that they don't send taboo hunters for everything. Minor taboos are handled by associate offices or employees of a department. Very good here. Misconception. Now, finally, a battle. I had already set up aside a team for Blade Lineage, as you can very well see. And fucking, I have to use 7 of them. Can I use just... I have to use 7 of them. Well, we know that taking Pequod Captain is a bad idea because Pequod Captain loses sanity every time she, you know, does a funny little thing. So let's take someone that has pride. She does have pride, and I guess we could take her without any ego. King already put that hat back. I don't want to look at it. I am convinced that it's not Kin. You cannot convince me that's Kin. I think he got his minds crumbled. All right, let's see. This guy's good. We spent a long time rifling through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence.
There's sure a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell from that.
Aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that we can count as a proper clue, Executive Manager. I've confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers.
Then it's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly.
Yes, Executive Manager. I will find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's look a little more before we see what's in the film roll. Mentor, what do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Aingdu, I have no idea. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like that, that team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. But Mentor, hadn't you already passed the royal? Once swung a sword does not replace its arc, Aingdu, so it is with life. There is no undoing what has already been cut. Thus, it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after for what has been slashed away. Not for you, Mentor. You ought you not dwell on what can no longer be undone? I misspoke. I did not mean that way, Aingdu. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware, you have told me such long time ago, whenever you place in a position to retrace the past. Most of the eateries where you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before our house by your own erring hand.
Those are exactly the kinds of things you should never forget.
Ow, my belly! I feel stabbing pain in my belly. The spot, oh, the very wound you once gave me afflicts me yet. The one from when you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn it's your sword that ran me through. Mentor, I said it completely healed and I don't need concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. But it still aches every now and then. Hold on. Chiefly, when I hear your sharp cutting words that I really don't want to hear. Ah, is that so? Aingdu suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. She's getting the Book of Vengeance! What's this? I have written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp cutting words afflicts you so, perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. Ken's face began to contort like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. I really can't believe it's the same mentor Aingdu follows so devotedly. Where's all that dignity and forbearance Aingdu said he had? Young Aingdu, there is a matter I would ask thee. Apparently I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. Yeah, no shit! Pray, speak freely. This may perhaps be a discourteous inquiry, but I too, when speaking to the others of those who I serve often ornament my words with laudation of an acceptable degree, yet... I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is the first time seeing Mentor with his shoulders so embraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke a hint to you. My respect towards the blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart, all of these are undoubtedly the teachings that my mentor has imparted upon me. Truly, why, if fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness Mentor's true self yourself someday. That is to say, if you let yourself be carried by the currents of the river to arrive at such chance. Engdu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she truly believed every word she said. Then, leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, "Besides, unless I speak with his feigned stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in his heels. I will ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit." So, though too has been burdened with the trials of serving your superior. So, that's what it was. I get it now. Just as we witnessed the budding of this particular bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud Zelan. We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the advance party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? Didn't they say there was only a single violator? Oh crap. Looks like it's too late to talk our way out of this, whatever excuses we may come up with. Oh boy, this is not gonna go well. The same thing happened last time when I saw the N Corp employees. I thought we had the wrong intel and all of a sudden... Motherfucker, they just flashbanged us. Sudden flash blinded my vision white, as though I had stared straight into a burst of searing light so intense and bright that it made my head swim. Yeah, there was the same pop and with my vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur, until even that came to a stop and her breathing hushed. Oh,
fuck!
It didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. Seeing it again, that's exactly where I'm the hop, wouldn't you say, Engdu? Though S-Corp may indeed be passing through hard times, the Zele was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? Is that right? Looks much the same to me. This place...
Did we just get teleported to S-Corp?
No, Dante. Though it generates considerable sense of verisimilitude, this is...
I think I know what this is.
This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and coiled in grotesque forms, the sheen of the light, and even the air we breathe, all of them point toward a single phenomenon. This
is the depth of the Phantoms. Phantoms made entirely out of distortion.
There are completely different distortions where the N-Corp employees were just a moment ago, Executive Matter. This is exactly it. This is what I was trying to explain. Oh my. Look at these faces. Look at that smile. Look at that smile. Where Ezra pointed, the people in smart, neat suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in blood-stained doppel robes were approaching us with dragging, uneasy steps. Right, let's fight and talk later. Ready, Engdu? My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra. Wait, where's the bamboo-hatted dude? I'm afraid he was already taking his leave. He said he had no desire to cross blades with the Chinokuns of S-Corp. Twice. Come on, man, not again! He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive Manager. There you go. Cool music. Whatever Kane's gone off to, this definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right,
let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle!
On your orders, Executive Manager. Men, prepare for battle. Hell yeah. Finally, let's see what these guys got going for them. Chocolate. I like that music. Incapacitated. Bind. Incapacitated. Bind. I wonder if they're gonna use bind. Unclash, lose, gain 1 head splitting memory. Gain 1 bind next turn, gain current turn count plus power up, rounded out. Fire at the end. More damage on bind. To cover the eyes is not to be blind. This fabric is created using K-Corp Singularity, are fashioned into many forms, such as blindfolds and headbands, and are commonly used throughout the East. It is not unusual to see pictures of employees of corporate entities in the East covering their heads and faces with this product. The product serves to simple function as sunglasses, scissors, and combat prosthetic eyes found elsewhere in the city. This scan targets information in real time, augment the wearer's vision, and provide tactical analysis. At times, they can also serve as means of communication with distant allies. Fascinating stuff. Let me save that, sorry. I'm gathering lore for my tabletop, you will forgive me. That music, man. Oh, it's a remix of the Bamboo Hat King theme. Nice. Right. Clutch ring game poise for every abortion wound on target. Stagger to put true bind next turn. All right. I think I get it. Oh, Ezra is here. Hey, Dude too. What the hell? What are you doing? What is she doing here? Anyway. Let's begin then. Who's handling clashes for us? My audio is fucking up here. 1 second. Favored. That favor is about to turn very favorable indeed. You, the pride residence of the Blade lineage. Hell yeah. Come on. This guy doesn't stand a chance against Ezra. And she has an assist defense too. Whoosh, pow. Yeah, that's Blade Lineage Sinclair, by the way. I'm just using the thing. It fits because his big attack has a single coin, so his very big attack at the end does really good. Right, if they can beat these guys with just our pride resonance without having to consider anything else, we shall do so. Yeah, you can take an attack. You have 1,700 HP. You're more than fine. I prefer to go for a full pride resonance. Hamstring you deflect. Shemi was another Blade Lineage interval when anyone or the brain would have been able to tell the Kurokuma far superior faction both in terms of fun and aesthetic. Yep. We'll get more Kurokumas, I'm sure of it. Blade Lineage is fine. It's it itches that samurai itch that we don't have an access to right now, you know. Like, we don't have a samurai faction, and I know some people will get mad at me saying, oh, he's the samurai, but when they're really not, they're, you know, a specific Korean type of sword fights, but yeah. It itches a samurai thing that we don't have access to right now. You know, the whole, they use critical hits, and they are very disciplined. Man, I don't want that to be. I'm still suffering continuous tick damage from white damage from Bamboo Hat King reveal. They shouldn't have revealed his face at all, but we'll see how he goes. We're still at the beginning. Alright, let's see. They're still good. We haven't used we got a flesh shooting power here, but it's all dominating because funny, very funny. Got a envy resonance here. Got a shame. Is it enough to activate Pride of the Homeland, or Swordblade of the Homeland? Let me check. Yeah, it's just a resonance, doesn't need to be an absolute resonance. That's good enough. Alright. Here I was thinking it was gonna be an absolute resonance.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
나라도 그렇게 했어.
그냥 5배.
5 times the weight. So simple.
골치 아픈 것들이
Can we wield some flash today? No, these guys don't flash hard enough for us to wield flash, so what a shame. We got our pride resonance, very good. The rest is pure damage. Pure damage.
시험합니다.
I don't have any issue with him showing his face, it's just he should go back wearing the hat already. How can you beat Bamboo Hat without a Bamboo Hat? This is a naked kill. I didn't turn out losing the Blade Ninja because my sinking team would have been overkill. Anything I said here would be overkill. I want the resources as well, the event resources. So, and also thematic. I could bring, you know, how the spiders and just obliterate the entire map, but it's not fun. Anyway, the thing, it just feels like a cop-out for the whole, like, King's supposed to be this mysterious mentor figure that is very stern and, you know, not stern, very stoic, especially since you got the Merso ID before, and now it kind of, you know, it's a subversion of expectations, but I'd rather prefer it played straight with that, you know, instead of doing the whole, oh, he's actually just very lazy and kind of like a bum, but no, I would have much preferred it if it was, they played it straight, like, he is just a cool mentor figure. Still, we're gonna, if you finish the count, don't spoil me, but I refuse to believe that's him, so I will go with the idea that it's not him, and then he got caught in the distortion and he got scrambled. And distortions have the power to do that. I'm coping, I'm 100% coping.
야, 참살.
Also, the reason why I'm using, you know, German Boy Wonder here with the facade is because not only fits the team, it's also has better animations. Is it mission? Is it fight? I like the music, I like the background. The background is fucking gorgeous, man. That should be all of them. Surveying the area with measured alert, Engdu casts the blot of her sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding it back to its sheath. They're not changing back. Doesn't look like beating them distorted on its reverse and immediately this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of event. In a way, let us search for clues while the time allows us. Right. You take that side, Engdu. I'll search here. As Engdu slide around, moved about as though they were supposed to this kind of situation, without even taking a moment to catch their breath after battle. They began searching the space. Pretty! Don Quixote was the first one to voice her doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We've battled the searchers upon our arrival hither, yet therefore have I beheld our surroundings change with so sudden a flash. Pretty, I cannot make sense of the situation. Couldst thou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomenon? Apologies. It would appear I overlooked the briefing due to the urgency of the predicament. This is, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location-type distortion. Interesting. It's basically when a whole space distorts, and since places and builds can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain place. Right, so I already knew about that. Location. I don't think he was very interesting before. I really don't mind his characterization, though it's a very strange choice. I think a lot of people just expect him to be another Hongkyu when he'd get more focused. Yep. There was that's the entire point. Dante had expectations of him too, being like this guy is very stoic, very cool guy. But this is a subversion of expectations, which honestly I'm a bit tired of subversion of expectations. You can have a character that is just the way he looks without anything on the background, you know? Like, oh, the guy that is very serious and stoic and wise, yeah, he's just very serious, stoic and wise. He doesn't need to be actually a goofball that, you know, reads manga and kicks his feet up while he's reading. As for this one, looks like the distortion already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage probably? They don't usually get this big, but this one's here covering almost an entire street. Then those people, they entered the space and got caught up in it. And our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up and what happens to them once they're in? Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. Oh, by that I mean when the distortion bleeds into the space around it and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. It rubbed off on me, I guess. As I continue with a sheepish giggle. In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion even if we whoop this guy's asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over there? Let me write this down about inflection point. Inflection point of the distortion is the root cause. Okay. Where's the sexy lady lineage cars? Ew, yeah. For there isn't a lot of that. This is again why I believe he is scrambled and I'm again coping, because there are mentions of like there are quotes from him from Library of Ruin where he says like if you hide your scars then you're weak. These are the glyphs emblazoned for their heavens. True. Bespeaks proportion and pursuit. It marks them as hunokums, functionaries charged with scouring and hunting away runaway nobis. You hear from the homeland as we do. I am unsurprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I too was once enumerated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being dispossessed of their stations in S-Corp after all. So it was no idle tale. Scientists who ply their craft of fattening S-Corp's coffers are seized forthwith and made nobis of the corporation. Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have been absconded with my friends before the brand of Nobi could be impressed upon us. Otherwise, Nobi, the wretched appellation conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power, a vile practice and an excuse for their power mongering, nothing more. The so-called taboo hunters of Escort operate by the same anatomy. Does the breaching of a taboo summon the hunter, or does the hunter first seize his prey to thereafter frame the capture with invented transgression? If the powerful so desire to chase a man down, to take possession of his very being and keep in cage, then they need only decree that he should bear the lot of a Nobi. Such is what S-Corp has become today. Very interesting. Let me mark that down. S-Corp Nobis are indentured servants and slaves, but they don't need to break a taboo to be hunted. Someone can just decide that X someone is to be a Nobi and work for S-Corp as slave. Got it. Cool knowledge. My mentor too is one of the victims of that accursed practice. Then could these people also been sent out to capture your mentor or Yiseng? Or me perhaps, or none of us? You mean to state that there may be conceptual forms of Chunokons generated by distortion? That is a plausible conjecture. We're getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Odis pressed her fingers against her brow as if her head were starting to pound in frustration. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the S-Corp and its Chunokons have appeared in as the motive for this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would it not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things with memories most foul? The presence of Chunokons suggests a possible correspondence with Yiseng's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp sign collectors weakens the hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from Bamboo-Headed Kid or Engdu's memories. Engdu furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affect their surroundings, but this one, I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. You can't even guess what a distortion wants either. Pop! Flashbang! Ah! The white flash light suddenly drowned my vision again as Erza clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. If only the team leader was here, cracking this would be a piece of cake. And we are back. So this is why we kept asking whether we'd seen anything bursting with a pump. The N-Corp employees must have roughed it too, getting dragged into distortion like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? It was self-defense. They were about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and take care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first we need to develop the film found here. We'll have for the nearest dark room. And actually, let's first drag that slippery hat wearing coat back here and get him talking about the Chunokons. That's probably our best bet. Every time we take a drop, that slacker just slip off without telling anyone. As one part of me watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration, I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh.
Oh, I think I can help you with that.
Have you located him? What? Boss Clock found something?
Yep, I found where Bevelheather is right now.
Alright, let's see what we got. Ah, man, please, please let my theory be correct. Please.
꽃은 지고
Alright, what we got
새로운
here?
나무가 이곳에 움틀 것입니다.
Insufficient encaphalling. Fuck.
그것이
I got a
우리의
box.
터전을 수호할
I am so
생명이라는
conditioned to make modules that I consumed all my encaphalling. Oh, I got 14 today, huh? Well, well. I don't want to use... Do I have to go 7 participants in this one? Can I go less? Yes, perfect. Kind of want to use... Merso... what's his name? Capo, but let's keep going Blade Lineage. Let's keep this thematic, shall we? Let's keep it Blade and Lineage. Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team. Bloody hell, what's up with these gits? They're showing up out of nowhere. How should I know? But judging for their getup, they seem like escort fellas. And things were going so well. We could have talked it out with those Fedora guys who were rummaging about the place either. You know? But no, you just had to go barking at them first. Would have saved us a lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Oh, so it's my fault. Those bastards look like they were sneaking stuff. This is our contract area, ain't it? If they walk out with something important, we'd be the ones catching hell. Listen, bud, not everyone's wishing to swipe our coupons into the pockets the second they get a chance. Oh, for how many bloody months are you gonna milk that? Excuse me, said Honglu. Why, you got a problem too, mate? Ah, no, not at all. Just wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Huh? Is that the end of your troop performance? Shame, I was really enjoying watching you folks dance, but I've mistaken for the place for the Peach Blossom Land of Legends. Had there been a cup of fine macchioli to go with, rice wine. Thank you. Ah, that's an enemy, alright. Is that name tag though? It says LCD. LCD, whatever, who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put up with every bastard having a dig at me? Oh dear. Such bold swings, didn't know there was an core to that performance, huh? You slippery little rat. Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you did to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Hey, behind you, there's... Whoa, he took all those doppel-wearing people with just a single strike. I'd say that about covers the price of admittance for your troop and circus, wouldn't you? Well then, leave the rest of you folks. Wandering blades and murmuring tales never linger on the stage for long, after all. Oi, where the hell do you think you're going? Ah, damn it. Aura completely gone. He still has the skill, I guess, but... I finally beat R-Corp True and Purple Team lore today. Congratulations, NG5K! Very nice. You're getting there. You're getting towards the glorious end. Come on, come on. I'm aiming to finish this in one go today, so it doesn't matter how much I have to read, but it's going to go in one go. So no daily stream for the Mirror Dungeon, no book reading, I'm sorry. More Blade Lineage, and we're using Malkuth for that. Ah, game froze. There we go. Now with no Zero. Struggling all around. Who needs Aura? You don't need Aura to be loved. That's why everyone loves Google. I'm everyone. Google's a goofball, I guess. I guess. Oh, they have a passive. I didn't see that passive. Oops. Oops. Oh yeah, because these are Malkuth clones, we don't get to see the dialogue. What a shame. Let's see. All red, and they all focus the same guy once they have trusted. I see. I see. I'll take that attack. Yep. flash. Come on. Come on. God damn it.
확실히 훌륭하고 5번 수감자. 앞으로 위험한 순간도 넘어간 적이
thank you.
많겠지.
The Florida Kim Boss theme song is good as well. This is just a remix because we haven't got this one in forever. This one is good too. Both of them are good. Feels like a second phase, you know?
지휘 실력을 확인해 보죠. 따뜻해. 하던 대로 해보십시오.
Hopeless situation. Struggling. No, let's pump our. We're in story mode. Let's pump our sanity a little bit. No need to be conservative or ego in a trash fight like this. Kind of feels like a tribal samurai theme, you know? That, like, I see people dancing around the fire with swords with this. It's cool. Kind of reminds me of Pathologic a little bit. Pathologic. Like, all we're missing right now is a bunch of guys with like shaman outfits and swords just fighting around. You know, the Favis. Imagine the Favis of the what's it called? The Favis of the Ring, just with, you know, but sword. Oh, what's going on? Ah! Ooh! We're trading battles in the middle of the thing. Of the Blade Ninjas, which one's the least favorite? Least favorite, Otis. Kinda sucks. Nothing special about her. Most favorite one would be saying the OG. You guys are new. Icy. Way icy. Interesting. I already see your gimmick here, boy. Memory transition. Turn end. Lose a stack. Stack. Turn sides and its effects transform when staggered. Okay, so okay, they pretty much said that distortion is taking our memories and using it, but I was imagining that these guys had like this camera special where they, you know, click you and they can take the form of your worst memories for a little bit. That would be cool. My least favorite would be probably Faust, just Susan underwhelmed with you because disappointed. Yeah, she's out there with Otis as my least favorite Blade lineage because she has a skill, she has a pride skill, or yes, she has a pride skill, but her block is a fucking gloom. Sometimes when you need just like one more pride to get the passive going for Bamboo Hat King and you don't get it, it just sucks, you know? Let's make sure to take off targets that are weaker. Do it fine. Like, I dislike Otis because she's a 00 ID that does not have a good support ability. Again, goes back to the whole thing I talk about support abilities, you know? Support 00 IDs. 00 IDs are not supposed to be damage dealers, they're not supposed to be clash monsters. They are supposed to be support units. So their abilities and their passives should be offering buffs to their friends. Got her egos on this, I guess, but that's not an excuse because she just needs shit everywhere else. Yeah, kinda. She does allow you to run a nice Poise Bleed team because she is a Poise Bleed ID. New head strike to clean their bones. Very nice. The facade for Ren, I forgot his name now. I forgot the name of the guy that it's a little concerning that I forgot the name of these IDs based off on. So it's very cool that he works really well with Sinclair Blade lineage. Oh fuck, Arashki is affecting me too, isn't it? Alright. Pinning nail. Now, they are gonna take I saw their effect here. They can take a photo of your skill, and against using a skill of identical rank to the skill photograph, they gain less splash power. content separately. So they have something that you can take a picture of my, put me in their cringe compilation. And I don't know what that's gonna do, but it seems like they lose Clash if I use the same skill against them again. They're probably gonna get some bonuses as well. Take care of that guy. I love the sound effect of the camera going off. Those Onlyfixers are great. That is fucking peak there. Peak and corp stuff. They kind of funny thing is that with the white of their clothes and the paleness of their skin, together with the gauntlets and the boots, it kind of makes them look like marionettes, don't they? They kind of look like mannequins, like not human, which is very funny, very ironic considering it's N-Corp. I wouldn't say an uncanny valley, just like these guys are not real. I'm fighting robots right now. Right, next turn they're gonna take a. We're gonna receive a. We're gonna enter the cringe compilation. We're at 6 turns and we have a lot of guys to go still. Buckle, please, can you give us any corp camera loser ideas like an event reward, something that would be great. Yeah, you can take a hit. You do 56 damage. Where do you stagger? You stagger at 151, 56. Yeah, you can take an attack. You can take an attack. You'll be fine. Come on, hit me right here. Never using the flesh, never claiming those bones. Two staggers, good. And cringe compilation. Ah, they recover for the stagger. That's gay. That's gay as fuck. Is any handsome fella would like to win a clash against me? Come on, you can win a clash against me. I believe you. What about you, you fine gentleman? Can you win a clash against me? Says dominating. I'm gonna believe you. I'm not kidding, it's gonna be late in home lure heroes or some kind of that, like that, right? Who knows? Who knows, really? We'll see when it comes to that, but I don't think they're gonna give more blade lineage IDs. Maybe they got Engdu because it was necessary for the story, but I don't see getting a random blade lineage anymore. They're supposed to be like a, they're supposed to be like risk of extinction, right? What did we get last? We got Ricardo clip from Bakyak, so it has to be something related to the story. Maybe another Chinoku, or maybe the N-Corp guy, because we did get Ricardo. Ricardo was an enemy. Oh, this guy. Welcome to the Thunderdome. Extra turn just for this guy. Cut him down. Right? So let me make it straight. The dude was right here just a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he wandered off to. Yeah, no, actually, when nothing said there was a dude over there, I made a joke. But no, this is an app description. It's no longer Bamboo Hat Kin, it's Bamboo Hat Dude. That is a dude. We have a dude now, Bamboo Hat Dude. Yeah, bloke just turned out of nowhere, flapping his guns and did a runner before anyone could grab it. Ezra let out a long, listless sigh, as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced, yet I trust you are also aware that, more often than not, methods of action have carried a profound design. He has never left his post without a purpose so far. No, I get it, okay, but come on, would it kill him to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? I have a theory. I have a good theory here. Now, Bamboo Hatkin is based off a poet, if I recall correctly. But I am thinking, with my mind here, my buttons, that Bamboo Hatkin... Motherfucker, not this button. Bamboo Hatkin is more akin to this guy over here. I mean... Yeah, I'm thinking Bamboo Hatkin is more like Gintama. This is Bamboo Hatkin, this is Engdu. Because he also behaves the same way. He's like very good with a sword. If you know Gintama, you know what I'm talking about. I feel that's just Bamboo Hatkin. That's okay if that's the case, I guess. But again, we had expectations for Bamboo Hatkin. It has the same feeling, same kind of, you know, is kind of a not slovenly guy. He's just like a, yeah, there we go. This is him before the war. I think I'm onto something. But let's get back here. It's not like we'd stop him. What are we gonna do? Tie him up? Lock him up in a closet? We don't do that in your team, right? Remember last time? We all thought he was being a good patient, sleeping off until the recovery ward, but nope. When he also got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. And the team leader didn't even chew on him for that. Lady Ezra, that's... Oops, wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? Then the reason he failed to participate in the operation was simply because the LCD was lax supervising its personnel. Is that what you're suggesting? Lady Moses bade us hold our tongues for this very reason. She knew full well Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. What part of AI haven't misunderstood? Did you not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? That's the thing, he wasn't just wandering around, he was outside, all alone, taking down the ring auto mannequins would lock down the elevator that leads into the LC department. Yeah, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there, but the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just caught on and did the job himself. Heard it's all thanks to him that the facilities team managed to get the cons back up and contact the LC dude way faster, and that helped the LC to actually deploy. They would have been delayed for another hour or two, hadn't stepped in apparently. And he went fighting even though he was still fully recovered, so he came back looking like he'd been processed through a meat grinder. So yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient, in a lot of pain. What builder would you recommend to defeat Distorted Yen? I used Bina to defeat Distorted Yen my time around, but Gebra is much better for it because she, you know, she just destroys everything. That the soldier is not entirely deserving of reproach. Nope, he's a less talking, more doing type, I guess. Anyway, we were all stuck inside the building back then during the incident, so fine, I suppose there was no helping it. They though, well, never mind, it's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in saying it's done. My point is, what happens if one day one of the soul missions doesn't go his way, he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? Actually, I don't even know what's supposed to be done in the first moment. Nobody gave him any instructions. Bulk's gotta be relying on his gut feeling, ain't it? Thanks, Kid, you saved us from like another 4 combat notes of ring auto mannequins, I guess. It is pretty impressive that he managed to fight the, let's say your 4 combat notes solo. He fought them solo. Mannequins are a pain in the ass to fight solo because they have like infinite bleed application and they have clashable guards. So it would be pretty impressive, like for a solo character, and that's precisely the point of the character. He kind of wants to do it alone because he probably doesn't want to get anyone involved. Now, let's go into an analysis here. Let's go into a quick analysis of Kin without considering the new Kin. He acts without thinking, given this new information, right? He was protecting this guy from S-Corp. A guy from S-Corp got killed. There was nothing he could do because he was just one man against like whoever many guys they sent after him or whatever crazy shit technology they used to kill the guy. So, my voice is a little low. Hold on, let me raise it. There we go. So he went to kill the guy that ordered a hit on the guy that he's protecting because he acted without thinking. He just went there and started slashing around. Then he realized that killing the guy wasn't going to change anything and said, you know what? I'm going to come back when I have the ability to actually do something about this. But by acting without thinking, he got all of his apprentices involved and hunted down by the Chinookans. And, you know, S-Corps do kind of chase them around with, you know, non-stop. And so by acting without thinking, he got a lot of people involved. Right now, he is not acting without thinking and more like he is... what's it called? He he is trying to take it all by himself to avoid other people getting involved. You know, since he blames himself and all that. Whilst Consultant waves ring out to mannequins, House of Spider Ryoshu, that must mean that these true cards are on the same level. Checkmate power escalator. Look at the strongest living concept incinerator. You jest, but again, House of Spider Ryoshu is just broken on many aspects. She can recover from stagger. She has a automatic shield, but she still would. I don't think she can solo 10 waves. I haven't tried it because unless she has all the Nurse Fathers consumed to gain additional slots at the beginning of a fight, I don't think solo House of Spider Ryoshu can deal with mannequins because again, it's more of a problem of the game itself rather than the lore. Who knows? Lore always differs from the games, but Limbus Company is one that plays the combat gameplay with the lore close together, and Project Moon in general does that, so we'll see. You blokes got to rely on his gut feeling, ain't it? Gut feeling? Look, I always saw the bloke for a bit, so I gotta say I got him all figured out. This is an annoying bastard, but he didn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. Hefcley scratched at his chin, then he kept talking as though he were stating an obvious fact. There's proof enough. He's not one of us, so Clockhead couldn't have reached for him that far and sent him to back us up. And there's no way he just happened to run us and just where we're about to get into battle, ain't it? Then, well, could be Blook's got some stupidly sharp head on him or piece things together. Could be that. But I've got these moments when I get a flash of that gut feeling, however you want to call it. My bossman Matthew said he could hear that kind of shite too. That I can hear them gears turning, or I think I hear rats scurrying about. Oh, he's talking about the flow. He'd do things you couldn't make heads or tails off. Listen, there's one this time where we were expecting a life and death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning. Walks to a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he lost his bloody mind. Uh-huh. That does like someone who lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling the whales to blunt their fear, only to stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, and Boss could knock back them like a whale. Still, point is, getting plastered right before a turf war is not what most people call a good idea. Had us crossed, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was a secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crowding around the gaffer, running their mouths about how they would kill him and put an end to the Dab Rapids. Then, when we came storming in, we had them all surrounded instead. Not a single one got away. We bit him bloody, every last bastard, and Boss knew it played out that way. Sorry, but this really sounds like a barstool bragging to me. You sure that wasn't just coincidence? I should think it was no mere chance. If you're saying as much, then surely this was but one more among many such coincidences. Is that not so? Yep. Every time Matthew pulled one of those stunts, our lot ended up growing bigger. We wouldn't keep working so neatly if it weren't just a coincidence. It is likely what is often referred to as indeed an instinctive sense or experience-based precognition. More accurately, an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff had demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprise even Faust. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to the sixth sense, as some people call it. Is that a compliment, or are you taking the piss out of me? Though my mentor does not see fit to explain each step he takes, when all has passed, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask you grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I confess I have been concerned about him of late, his recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. To wait. Don Quixote began, hesitated, then stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay, I suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, don't mean I'm happy about it. Let us return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine, fine. As the others quiet down, I finally had room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. I can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas, and the red lights aren't happening at all, especially with my aging eyes. Oh, are you looking for the light switch? It's right here. And right then, don't turn on the light. I heard Mercer clipped warning. His voice came in from a corner I didn't expect to find. Mercer, where are you?
There he is, that corner. Is he watching something?
I am developing the film role, manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire role. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing this his own thing. I explained why he was quiet all along. Didn't think you know how to print photographs, pal.
What's that for, anyway?
You expressed the wish to have the film developed, manager. I am carrying out that instruction. I see. A photo studio first, and now a dark room. This may be no more than a conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of this distortion rests upon a photographer. The film serial numbers either match those found in photo studios or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that this dark room is connected to the studio in some way. The images bear striking resemblance to these photographs. I also believe this building and that photo studio share a strong connection. Oh, where did you get those photos? I brought some from the photo studio. I cannot name the location in the picture with certainty, yet they all appear to have been taken at various places in Corp District, buildings mostly. Hey wait, I know what these are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to the department store. Correct. The photos must have been taken by a docugrapher. Ooh, new term, new jargon, docugrapher. Merso chimed in, holding up an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then with a measured rhythm, whatever he was doing seemed to be a part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average residents of N-Corp. In most cases, taking photographs is done as a part of professional duties. N-Corp films are hard to falsify. Also expensive. Got it. More lore. Give me more lore. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 13 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these
docugraphers you mentioned are the people entrusted with that job?
Yes, they photograph the information to be poured into canned experience. Oh my. So let me write that down. Hold on. They photograph the information to be poured into canned experience. A docugrapher. How could a person of such decently lucrative profession fall into distortion? Decent job maybe, but how do we know if they're a decent person? Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we are at didn't have any dark rooms, right? No, it didn't. My team lead said that there are other ways of processing film rolls, but at N-Corp, you have to go to a dark room to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in developer solution to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these dark rooms that could be read safe lights right next to them. But this place, it's pretty far from that studio. Yeah, now that you mention it, check out these windows. They are covered by newspapers, all messy like. If you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light, it's really super suspicious that this dark room doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know how films can cost a fortune in some places in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper? Oh, this probably isn't even a legit dark room. Someone just hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos. And people usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted. Right? Manager. Merso came to my side quietly, still giving me the strange cylinder and the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instructor to develop this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Yes. However, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I have judged it necessary to make a separate request. Battle? There is no need for concern. I am capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. Of course you are.
Oh, wait, can you slow down?
A battle, you say? Surely there must be cause for you to believe so. At the photo studio, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after N-Corp's pinframe team were defeated. The decision based on the events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and this dark room share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Cinder Heathcliff, Cinder Honglu, and Cinder Gregor have battled N-Corp's pinframe team in this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircase, approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling I know what Merso is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning, the initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to completion to the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes, 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, manager. Merso, you should have warned us way earlier. Understood, manager. Follow the instruction going forward. Thank you, Merso, my most strongest autist. My most powerful autist.
승부수가 먹혀들었군.
Photos.
판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다.
Delicious lore.
정착지를 찾을 때까지.
After the battle, something sits ill with me. Amid the sprawl of escort backstage distorted with a flash, Engdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. And at the end of her gaze...
Are those photographs?
A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline. I mistook it for a kumju at first, which is a warding rope, and gave it little attention. Yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the dark room and remained thus when the distortion took hold? Bizarre. Observations of unaffected elements in the space occupied by a location type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bore from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of escort, yet these alone remain as they were.
Let's take them down and check it out ourselves.
Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Merso stepped forward and plucked a few photos of it. And the instant he brought them to me, we heard another pop, and again, a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. Good grief, this distortion likes to change its mind, huh? It keeps switching between escort and core. This feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up, then goes slack right after. The other sinners were busy grumbling about the distortion and its sudden jumps, except for Merso, who stood right in front of me with the photos still held out in his hand.
Oh, you didn't drop them? No.
He gave us his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off it with a clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done?
Whoa, wait, we're back here. The light's on now. It's okay to take the film out?
Yes, exposure to light will not damage the film once development is complete and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern.
That's a relief.
I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing relief, I held up the photograph so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud?
There are people in there.
The people in the photographs all look different from each other. Let me take a look at that closer. There are scientists with a shady guy with a smile, 2 of them in fact, maybe 3. Baker lady with actual eyes, someone holding out flowers, and upside down photo of a guy. If I had to pick one similar between these though, they all look cold and indifferent. Yeah, that's the city, alright, ordinary folks would see anywhere.
These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make canned experiences?
What was that? The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Faust if she also felt a strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. Yeah, sure. Really nice whole PM has been building up a real nice supporting cast ever since Canto 7. Yep. They've been together for over a year canonically. Maybe it was just a spell of random vertigo? Is it even possible to get dizzy when I got a clock for a head? No. Merson must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment, because he seemed to pause on purpose for answering my question. No?
No, I thought you said the docugraphers take these photos to put in canned experiences.
Raw ingredients for canned experiences are handled exclusively by the Grand Magazine Sisyphe. There is no known method for external parties to access them. Hold on. Raw ingredients for canned experience is handled exclusively by the Grand Magazine Sisyphe. Sisyphus mentioned, just like me in the Mirror Dungeon. Sisyphe, what? Oh, I think I heard of it. Canned experience, right? They're high in demand in other districts too, but the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magazine Sisyphe. The same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever the exam weeks came around. Never had one myself though, I can't really explain, but something about them just feels kind of wrong.
It's that popular, huh?
Canned experience is a popular product. The unprocessed base content of a canned experience known as experience batter is supplied to reprocessing factories where docugraphers fine-tune the experience details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. Experience batter. Wow. Batter is the unprocessed base. Photo docugrapher fine-tune the experience details, and they use photographs for that. Interesting. They can fine-tune experience? An easier example for understanding would be considered why docugraphers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that he could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for haute couture can experience is increased by then. So that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy. I'm gonna stop using the filter for Dante's voice. I just want to read this. Back when I started to stream, I was doing the whole announcer thing where I made this grandiose voice and I used the voice filter for everything. But I'm gonna drop it for now. I'll try this later. But I just want to read now. I don't want to be worrying that I'm pressing the button to see if oh, it's on or off. I just want to experience. It would be already 2 hours it is. There you gotta hurry up. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience that can be easily encountered in reality is in low demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested from their commodity value, but pure photography in of itself. Mayhap they have been captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. A staggering amount of money just to take a single photo. That is, if they could manage to find a photographer who would take the risk and help take the picture. I'm not so crass as to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls, one could have made this investment worth it. They're talking like photography is like forbidden or extremely expensive in the city, which kind of puts a dent into my own tabletop campaign because everyone has phone and take pictures. But then again, we had the streamer from the Sync Association and they take photos. Ricardo had a photo of Heathcliff stealing from his safe, so what's going on here? Is it an N-Corp thing only? Or with N-Corp film? I'd say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments or memories even. Living through the photographs, I quietly express my thoughts. Executive manager? I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to S-Corp. That is, the S-Corp from the past that only Hin and Engdu would have seen and remembered. These photos, though, they're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even a distortion. And in that obsession is something that refuses to let his memories be influenced. I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. That says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Oh, good idea. The leader did say that we should accept input from SB with open arms. Hey, Engdu, can you get me the office catalog? We'll probably need to commission an office affiliated with 7 Association. Let's look for one that can take the request right away. Can someone tell Ezra we're fine? I think I know where to find these people. That says one of the people showing the photos has already been found. What? When? How? Well, I guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Enzo's question. DWRC? I think she said do we group clock? That one was especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. Heh. Rhoda's with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Rhoda, you there? What the? Dante wants to talk? One second. I kind of went over with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Just one of everything. Neat. Can you grab extra brioche and baguettes for me too? Love the ones that street. They're so good. Hold on, I gotta rid just the pile if I wanna just throw them on the TF. They're packaged. Ryoshu, you can't treat food like that, okay? Bread has... I mean, bakers have feelings too, you know? How do you think the baker would feel if they knew no one's treating their precious babies like trash? This scabbard is rattling again for no reason. Anyway, Dante, can you give me a second? If you need me to fight, just need to cram this into my pockets real quick. No, it's not a fight. Huh? Then what's this about? I took a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph Mercer had brought to me. Where's that bakery you're at? Interesting. Oh, I wonder what Araya was talking about. The bread. Bread! Welcome to the bread store. We got cans, we got a loaf. Bread on deck, bread on the flow. Toasted, roasted. Ah, I know who you're looking for. Bread Queen. Bread Queen. That's a screenshot, alright. Hold on, alright. Go here. Bread Queen. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture and I held up for her and gave a quick nod. This man, he works in Cannery 17 right next. He's irregular. Iconic fashion sense. Not only an iconic fashion sense, this is like the most normal human being, one of the most normal human beings we have ever seen in the Project Mu universe. Look at it. It's just a baker. This man, he works at Cannery 17 right next. He's irregular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his coworkers. Haven't seen it around lately though. And those coworkers, I assume they were wearing the same uniform? Asking the question on my behalf, Otis showed the baker another photograph. Probably. He was always wearing one too. I guess it's the cannery uniform. This confirms our lead, executive manager. A few inquiries at the cannery should bring us to the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? That thought she'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? Though I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name, and the apathy evident in her voice gave me a pause. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reason to assume that you were well acquainted with him? Oh, that. The baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin and round can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I let him take a picture. Even said he'd throw in the docograph of the building of my choice. He docographed buildings, right? I hear he even takes work trips on the Nest every now and then. So I asked him to get me a docograph of this lovely mansion I saw by the Nest suburbs. No, I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like. And gosh, it was everything I'd ever hoped for. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinctive eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Got it, opium. Ahem. Young Merceau. Are these canned experiences truly possessed of such marvels to pluck all semblance of reason from one's countenance? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of the several markets. Does that mean that those who indulge in canned experience may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of a skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? They may. However, a magic can allow one to pursue any dream they may conceive. Verily, I confess mine own soul is much tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. Mass-produced canned experiences are made from base experience matter mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense simulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of the cannery's production lines is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in her previous statement might also be amended. Memory is altered for this intense simulation. That does sound quite shady. How doth this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are, forsooth, inclined towards a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by can experience are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that a user can interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. A possible cause of the formation of the dependence pattern is that the can experience allows one to feel as one has achieved a dream that is in reality impossible. Ardo implying that the user are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant use cans? Worse still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. For the sweeter and the more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible to appear to be grasped within one's own hands. Yeah, it's opium. That is literally just opium. To become a cause for surrender instead of inciting one to march forth, verily doth it does and know the significance of dreaming itself. If the resultant dream arouses not the spirit to gallop towards it. Thanks for the explanation, Marcel. We almost just got Don Quixote addicted. Whether that's a knows its significance, I cannot know. But they sell well. So, how much will you be buying? Buy what? You came bargaining with all this question and I was patient enough to answer them politely. Did you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not gonna about to leave without buying a single loaf of crowding on my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? Our case was on point, actually. With our whole group gathered around, the passersby gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady, I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Where the hell are you keeping all that then? Do you even gotta ask? Of course I had some already, and the rest is safely tucked in my coat pocket, so I'll share later. So you already ate some. Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off some of the customers. Understood. Given that the expenses made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh, nice! Sesame rice bun for me, please! There he is. Unfortunately, he is here. Hello, Moises. Unfortunately, he is here, yep. It was Ken. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey, mister, where have you been this whole time? Wait. You cross me all you like, but just give me a moment. There's a pause, waiting in puzzled anticipation. Only for Kid to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hand and chomp onto it. Alright, I'm ready. The fucking waste of bread. As her angry fist drove straight into Kin's solar plexus, folding him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next, roof and all. Best get away from here. Manager. Mercer approached as we talked down the street with Ezra and Kin still crawling behind him. Yeah, I am once again saying that Kin, Ezra, and Angdu is literally just Gintama. This is literally just the trio right now. We have the guy that is really good with the sword, has a dark past, and acts without thinking, and just have an instinct for going around and acting on his own. We got someone that really looks up towards him and thinks he's like the best guy ever and doesn't understand his actions sometimes. And you have the girl that is really fucking strong and eats a lot. We're literally just playing. This is literally just Gintama. God damn it. That leaves Vespa and Moses. Where do they fit into that? I don't know, but this trio is that. He was rolling a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. I have completed development of the film, per your instruction. Oh, so this is the film in the canister was shaking. Do I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun or other sources of light? As it is a reversal film, the images should be visible as they were photographed. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. That's pretty cool. Oh, is it showing? Can I see too? Move it over a bit, let me have a look too. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell that the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Huh? Is it the same person in every shot? Is it the same pose in all of them? You're right. No, wait a second. See the arm here? The further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh? We were all squinting at the tiny frames of the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair? What's the matter? Hello, Ravetro. I see the curse still holds you. This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes or a thick book in the exact same spot on every page. You start with the arms down, then you make one small change on each page, nudge the arms up higher and higher until they're raised all the way up. And when you flip the pages fast enough, the drawing stops looking like separate images. The still figure starts moving. That class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. I remember that you were saying that video footage we watch are all made the same way. Are you saying that this is a continuous sequence of still images? The arrangement of the frames suggests that this film strip is highly to consider footage of a violation of N-Corp's taboo. Good! We unwittingly broke a taboo. But yeah, no. The whole kind of experience doing the addiction thing is... If that will happen. Like, imagine you got the money. Like, I'm a rich guy. I got the money off an experience I wanted. For, say, I wanted to experience love. Very expensive canned experience. I slurp down that can, get that slop in me. I feel the experience of love, very vivid. The main point that Merso made here is that these memories are very vivid. It's not like a hazy recollection that you once felt love or something like that. No, it's super high definition, like 4K, 120 FPS is ultra beautiful. You slop down that slop and you're like, oh, that's good, I like that. And then I don't need to chase love, I just need to buy another one. Can experience when you piss after holding you for a while, 10 billion N. Something like that, yeah. Oh crap! As soon as I read the Mercer words, my hand recycled through the film to the ground. Are we gonna be okay? We might just have broken a taboo. My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey, specific to the time when Don Quixote had smashed that window at K-Court and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt faint. At least we had Virgilius with us then, and it ended up being not that big of a deal at the end of the day since I could revive the sinners, but sometimes taboos can get in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with it, can't they? I heard turn to the sinners. Many of them looked a bit as troubled as I felt. Still, I feel an expressed casual lack of concern, seeing all the crazy things we've gone through so far. This false will happen if this get manager killed. Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. You're not dying. We'll be fine. And the corp's not gonna kill you on the spot for just possessing a film, bro. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll doesn't contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When N-Corp dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with their commands, thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities, and everything should be A-okay. There is a possibility that everything will not be okay, said Merso, looking at Urzer. Because I have developed the contents of the funeral in that dark room. Oh. The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it's very likely that my action will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of taboo. Really? But team leader said that N-Corp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of the taboo violation. That footage image quality of frame rate is within regulations. N-Corp won't be seeking their fixes on their butts right away, and that should buy us time to give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it might be. Because what they're really sniffing around is how close to the reality the video is, how close of an experience provides to real life. So even if they were really, really unlucky and they actually came after us, it's going to be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity, probably. That is an expression that I don't want to see on Merso. So what exactly does frame rate within regulations entail? It means the interval between each frame shouldn't be like super brief. Think about photo slideshows. They only show one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. Then let us analyze this film roll and see how vivid it really is. Merso, I trust that you're knowledgeable in subjects concerning N-Corp, yes? Cooperate. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? Let us pick up the film from the ground and show it to Merso. That cannot be determined. Unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent. While waiting for Merso to finish, Otis unroll the film and raise it against the sky. The rest of you, get over here. We must analyze these frames. The film canister was labeled experiment, so I assume the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. An experiment to see how close they could get to violating a taboo and testing the limits of the law. May even be more collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. The sinners all gather around Otis and look up towards the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between frames, doesn't it? The photographer couldn't possibly have moved the pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. See here? The expression reason on the subject's visage appeared rather stiff. Maybe they're just a gloomy sort. Perhaps yet observe closer. The stiffness arises not from gloom but from strain to maintain it. Oh, if that's the case, maybe the subject is really trying to fake an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude we're in the clear just yet. That's when Bamboo-Hatted Kin, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the windows still. See how it noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this known their craft for sure, but I can't imagine a Backstreet Dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. Then, the likely scenario must be that the creator of the sim deliberately made the subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, will look like a footage that violates the taboo. In which case, the film roll does not violate the nest taboos, correct? That is highly probable. So he says, executive manager, we should be in the clear now, at least regardless of aiding the violation of a wing's taboo. Whew. But if he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test N-Corp's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd stop there. Based on all the available evidence, executive manager, it is reasonable to conclude that the inflection point in this case is a taboo violation on the run. Maybe, but what motive would have to do that? Sure, working for a Wing subsidiary has nothing on being on an actual Wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the backstreets. Work for a subsidiary long enough, and you might even get transferred to a factory job in a nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance to be a better life, so... Maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life? Everyone has one of those days, don't they? The sudden feeling that you could be doing more than living the rest of your life in 9-to-5 hell? The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life? Something about what Ishmael said must tickle Bamboo-Hatted Kin, because he suddenly whipped around toward her and shook his head. Maybe, but how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they've built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah, must have started by doing something that technically doesn't count as a taboo, and inched on and on until he brushed it trillingly close to one. One trilling shot through his camera and another one with the next, until eventually he ended up recording actual footage. Cool, then that leaves the question, what the heck was he trying to do with it? Might have been trying to screen up using a projector for all of this part of the backstreet to see. What? But wouldn't it make that everyone here doesn't when they came across the projection? Right on. It made those folks violators of the taboo. But why would anyone? So would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? I asked around in the opposite street, and apparently some guys be going around asking the workshops they could make in a projector. Seemed like the most of them turned him down, but they also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point. Fair to guess, he's got hands on a projector somehow. Alas, it's not a taboo of N-Corp to view recorded videos. Pray tell, why would any insane mind? Well, it ain't a taboo if you only made a projector in it. Backstreet Blokes down for anything as long as there's coin. So how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as the pin frame team have been just identified in the vicinity. They are all carrying the same briefcase. Oh, well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or a convention and just tail people who look like they're involved with what they're looking for, so they'll lead us to wherever we need to go. Indeed. At architecture conventions, there would be those in formal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. I wasn't common for those plaid shirt fellas to look around like they're scanning the area. Did they also go around checking people against the photographs? Collect evidence. Please advise to... They also radio each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at... Perhaps you could answer the series of queries yourself. Nope. This crowd sure don't look like they're gonna let us follow them. Alright, so yeah. This is kind of, you know, depressing because one side, like, you're stuck in the 9 to 5, the daily struggle and all of that. Alright, let me just... It's all focus encounters. 3 offense level down next turn, 3 paralyzed next turn. Jesus Christ! You know what? We're gonna ignore the guys using that. I don't want to give you that. I don't want to give them power. Anyway, you're stuck in the 9 to 5 and you suddenly had the dream like, I want to do something else. I don't want to do this anymore because it kind of blows. And then you, instead of like actually getting up and doing something, you just buy a canned experience, slurp that slop down, and just go do. You don't have to do it. You feel like you've done it. Just imagine that you did is enough. Just going through that fake experience is enough. That is kind of depressing. Because I say that's kind of depressing because that's the kind of stuff I was stuck in for a long time. One day, last year actually, I decided, hey, I want to do something. And then I sat down and started learning how to stream. I could have just imagined that I was streaming and that would be enough to satisfy me for a little bit, but it doesn't really compare to the actual experience. That's the whole thing about N-Corp. That is the depressing part of N-Corp. Hello, Tsutsuta, how you doing? Alright, they photographed Dawn. What do they do with it? Here's a skill of identical rank to the skill photograph. Clash power -5. And skill and eagle skills are counted separately. And what skill did Dawn use last turn? We do not know. I guess it was the skill true. Ah, we can use the photograph to use our bones. Is that Rain Claire Facet? No. That's Blade Lineage Sinclair. I don't know what you're talking about. That is definitely Blade Lineage Sinclair. Let's kill that guy. So yeah, they take a picture of you, and then that skill that they photograph becomes weaker. So if we get photographed by you, with my flash, we're gonna lose some flashes. I don't know who's that. I don't know who is that Pinky Apprentice you're talking about. Never heard of him. We could technically use him on the team, and we wouldn't have a problem, but because he is a poison unit, so. Ooh. Oh, that is... Oh, that's the sword. I think he just propelled a nail from his gauntlet. That is cool. Paralyzed to hell and back. No, they can't photograph us yet. Okay. Kill that guy. Get him out of here. Don't do your thing. Neutral. You are paralyzed, aren't you? You are very paralyzed right now. Hey, we all know that multiple keywords just exist to fuel the ability to use multiple gifts in the Eagle Dungeon. It's more about a little extra, you know? It's I have that same experience in the tabletop, you know. Like, I finished my character, he uses poison, he's very powerful. But once I level up, I think, how can I make him stronger? I'm already fully playing my gimmick as a poise unit. Well, let's add a little bleed. It's not like the main thing, but it's a little extra damage. It's very nice. You guys are getting your asses kicked despite their absolute resonance. What is beautiful? What is not? Very cool. Nice poem. Here comes the cringe compilation. Frame subject. Unopposed. Kill that guy. Yeah, let's go on this guy, the extra attacks that we have. Anyway, N-Corp promises to be a depressing thing. You just experience things and you don't actually go for them because you experienced them already. That's enough, right? You just sat there, imagine that you did something, and that is enough. You don't need anything else. Just imagine that you did. Just buy the next canned experience. You go to work, you do your 9 to 5, you get your little bit of money, and you just buy the experience. You don't need to actually do it. Doing it is for chumps, right? You just skip the grind. You completely skip the whole process of you learning something, of you doing something, and you just go straight for the results, which is a recurring theme of the city here. You ignore the process, just get the result. No matter if it doesn't matter how many people we put in the blender to make K-Corp tiers. What matters is the result, right? It's better that you get your K-Corp ampule that heals you, right? Doesn't matter how many people died doing whaling. The same thing happens in reality. Like, there's a lot of things in reality in our world that we ignore because we only care about the result. We don't care about how many people die mining lithium. We need our new cell phone, right? Chocolate. Delicious. Good job, Otis. You did it. God damn it. Why won't he use his flash? Come on, do something already, buddy. Fine. Nope, god damn it. I just did my targeting. I have mad click win rate by accident. Here we go. But yeah, good lore on the current experiences. It's literally an analogy for drugs. It's literally opium. There we go. Very good. We're about halfway done, but we continue. More guys. I kind of want to use a different thing though. Blade lineage is cool, but I kind of want to use something else. What do I use? Who do I use? I kind of want to use my cool guy. Where is you?
예술을 보여주지.
I want to use you, and I want to use gunmen.
걸맞는 곳.
시
명령하실 때까지 저들은
Right, there we go. Let's see. I just want to have fun with the IDs outside of the mirror dungeon for a little bit. Cool music, as always. Yeah, let's start off with Tangle Cleaver. Why the fuck not?
꿰뚫어 퍼지.
And we got an assist defense from her, so. Merso is back to N-Corp with a vengeance. You can't use your funny coin if you are staggered. Damn it, Ryoshu. Weighty bash. We can't see yet what he flips out of his hand because he covered it with his backpack. How are we looking at one gaze? Good enough. Neutral.
효율적인 마무리를 명령하시겠지요, 단테.
Struggling. We do have assist defense from Urza. Does she? No, she doesn't have it this turn around. So we have to take care of that attack somehow. And these guys are fast. These guys are real fast. It's crazy how fast they are. We aren't faster than they are. It's 6 speed. Oh my.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없.
Goodbye, Isang. Not dead yet. Ryoshu! Steel plate slam. Low sanity fights are a pain, man. Again, this all comes back down to the problems I have with the sanity system. But I'm not here to talk about combat system. I'm here to enjoy the story and the new enemies. So let's take this nice and slow. We have 6 bullets. We can use 5 of them right now, and we shall. Let's see. We have 1 gaze, 2 gaze. We need more gazes. Favored. You're fighting me, buddy.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
Rending arts. Screw hammer. Please get me out of Tails Town. Please.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어져.
골치 아픈 것들이.
All right, how are we looking? We have 2 bullets on Merso, and we still don't have enough gaze. That is 5 gaze. We need to spread it around a little bit, just like butter. Music's so good, as always. Right, gonna need you to pop that guy.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없.
그냥
5배.
Actually, I want to use Ryoshu more here because if we're talking about pictures, movies, and all that, bringing the gaze of contempt would be very poetic to fight these guys. Yeah, look at me, take photos.
기차 동정은 필요 없겠죠.
Nailhead strike. Right, how are we looking? Singular bullets left. That's good enough. And how about the gaze? The gaze is ready. You know what else is ready? I am for a big attack. It's not the greatest attack, but it will do. There's a singular bullet here, another one here, and you are just here to take up slots, honestly.
받아볼 텐가.
Boink, boink. I'm so used to controlling my units that I forget assist units are a thing, and I don't take their attacks into consideration. And he's gonna fuck it up. Nice job, V-Sing. Could always count on you, couldn't I? Well, it is Google.
드디어 칼을
Ah, man, next time he'll do better. I wanted to use the wombo combo.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다, 단테.
Dante.
이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠. 명령에 따르겠습니다.
Nice. Still a kill from us.
이것밖에 못하는
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군.
Even Sinclair somehow lived longer than Ncorp sang. What the fuck, man? Alright, I'm gonna turn you to a slush, and the rest of you just die. Would you do me a favor and just die?
명령에 따르겠습니다.
그렇게 서 있으니
Turned into slush.
수밖에.
Very nice, very good. We still got the EX, although Yiseng died before he could pull the cool wombo combo.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만
Did we get the EX? Yeah.
그
Alright.
귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞아.
Pursuit 2. The guys are back in town.
울다 간다.
Let's go back to the Ley lineage, because, you know.
뛰어가겠네.
Sorry, I'm eating chocolate. Gotta talk. Hardly a challenge. What a waste of time. Well, at least they're not much of a fighter one-on-one. Service that clause is not a combat specialized department. While they have all their gun-based combat training for exigent circumstances, they're not prepared for head-on conflict such as this. Let me write that down as well. So that would be... Let me make sure I save this lore file that I'm preparing here, because that's very important information. So lore from Mnestic XP. So that would be... What department did he talk about? It was Service de Clos. Hold on. Combat experience, Service de Clos. Service des Clos is not combat specialized department. They have basic training. Very good, very nice here. Yeah, nice. They kept taking pictures of us with the briefcase. I guess that's their primary job description. Why are they snapping and wait for them, whispering behind our backs like a load of creeps? Collecting photos to include in a report for their higher ups, I'd wager. I can kind of see how they could think they're involved in this somehow. Every time they follow the lead, they end up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. Marcel stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? Still, his silence shouldn't have been any different for us from his usual reticence, but as though by some chance or win. Hey, Merso! I was struck by the sense of brief yet distinct eager strangeness. I was struck by the sense of brief yet distinct strangeness and was compelled to speak to him. Yes, manager? Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say, but aren't you sure if you want to... aren't sure if you're supposed to say it? Yes, manager. I will do as you order to once circumstances occur. As always, his reply was deflatingly concise and direct, as though he had some rule of his own that told him that this was the specific response for situations like this. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yes, a prepared answer with down a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me, as though this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him for an answer wasn't going to get me anywhere, so with a curt "sure, if you say so," I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did so, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out, so I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that, he spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again then, had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of question, could I have found myself the smallest peek into Merso's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of traveling together? I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Manager. Yeah? Another battle is imminent. As you have previously instructed, I have informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, boss Clock, are you just gonna sit there while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of the building over there. So they must be on their way to that building. Our Papa Hatman's clear, Executive Manager. Let us neutralize these foes and head up there. Gotcha, be right there. The brief lull of battle came to a close, and battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Merso had predicted, we made our way into the building. Bloody hell, them blokes were fought on Sterling have been the weakest one of the bunch. How does N Corp have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. It is a wing after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. That is some swag outfit. Nope, I'm guessing they're the ones from the subsequent reports. The N Corp fixes appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find a taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen so people. What were they thinking sending Father allows like deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent the taboo hunters here instead. Why do you think that those consumed canned experience contain mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report that one of them's all of a sudden? With a click, room began to buzz with the metallic whir of some kind of machinery. Yeah, the fucked up projector in here. And I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. The exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw on the Chernokon faces in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly, with a dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Men! Shoot your eyes! The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light, Otis thundered in a commanding voice. Gah! I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit! I saw that. I'm so finished. Just as the panic began gripping the voice of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my, metaphorically speaking, shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open, Engdu. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? The hell's wrong with you? Do you know what anyone who watches in a split second of recorded video in the corp gets? Of course I know, but I watch it anyway. Open your eyes, team fellows. The motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. The video's not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kin's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators, the N-Corp employees would also open their eyes, began to mutter amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against the side of the wall. And this was its message, delivered via white words on a black background. So you tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience, without even a care about the real thing. Case number TC3224, you are under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Review yourself now and forfeit your illegal recording. Should you comply, we will. What is foolery but witless buffoonery in the absence of fools? The hulled vessel, bereft of all but lingering delusions, grants not even a brew of an echo to the dogged excoriation of tools. What's this fellow on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Clang! Without even so much as turning around, Bebu Hatkin raised his sword and parried away the N-Corp's employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my wind guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up fighting this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. It's repeating the same sentences over and over. Now, that does make me wonder, was I just far gone when I started, past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question, it'd be you folks, right? Kin said nothing more. He turned a piercing look at us, and all the while effortlessly swatting away the N-Corp employee's attacks, as though he was goading us, telling him the truth. Well, I don't suppose there's any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination. Just as it wields that contraption, I myself wield the only thing that I haven't really known, the blade, transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both friend and foe unrestrained. Hey Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes, I truly did, but such disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when that distorted being has no qualm showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of the fathoms of one's heart is? That's gotta be illegal or something. Illegal, I say! Turning a customer into a thug on protection racket run, a mere ant before a car in motion to a swerving driver. Conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentor, simply unconscionable, rude as hell, as some might say. My poor heart was almost burst out of my chest, courtesy of you. Of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. In that split second, I think I saw Mersault's eyebrows twitch. A battle is imminent, manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps. Flashbang! Think fast, chuckle nuts! A blinding flash followed by an explosive bang. My visions immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. When it did, the first thing that came into view was a particularly unsettling landscape of S-Corp, followed by a bamboo-hatted kin surrounded by a small arm of Chinokum. Mentor! Keep that up, and you shout me that thing, too. Isn't it about time we both grew accustomed to such sights? Mentor, still, do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat? They might bind and drag you away. This isn't so bad, is it? It's just that it's folk so far, and unlike earlier when... Another flash. What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening, but first things first, we have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I've been straying far and wandering all day for this exact reason, and... So that was its mechanism. Faust? The words began to shift rapidly before I had the chance to ask Faust what she had meant. To the one who finds comfort settling in lies, I give you what most deserved your gaze. Think fast, Choconuts. Bollocks, I'll be blind before the day over at this rate. It changed. It did? Unlike the earlier instance, some of the desertions is different from the others. As Merso identified, there was something different about the group of Chinokun this time. They were accompanied by someone else. A warrior in impressive armor, wielding a sword that was just as tall. That armor, and a great Huando of the Saw Circle. To be reunited in such a manner... The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waistguard and knocked an arrow. Arrow? I suppose this is how we should have gone down, had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner In Jong-gyop, how do you fare, friend? At the signal's arrow losing, seize the accused. The warrior loosed the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that air-splitting sound as their cue, the Chinokum began to swarm us. Ooh, cool boss fight. Is it the boss fight? I think it's too early for a boss fight. It's only been 2.5 hours. That looks like a boss fight to me. Flesh Phenomenon, In Jong-gyop. In Am Jong-gyop. Alright, let's take a look what you got, buddy. Bleed poise, clash lose, deals damage. Passive. Upon entering the encounter gate, 3 memory transition. Base stack, lose on stack 1 retreat at the end of turn and transition to a different location. When returning to the field, based on the current battle form of the homeland, gain or lose As in the retreat. Swordplay of the Homeland South stack. When in battle form of the Homeland Bear Hunt, gain stack. When in battle form of the Homeland Tiger Hunt, lose stack. Okay? Turn 0 moment start stack retreat and transition to a different location. When returning to the field, based on the current battle form of the Homeland, gain or lose Swordplay of the Homeland South. In battle form Homeland Bear and target, gain stack. Takes less damage from everything. Gains the effect of fixed panic. If this unit is panicked at turn end, reset his speed to 45. Put entering the encounter for the first time, gain 5 Jujong Brigandine Sao. When the end is affecting, shoot equal to 10% of this unit's max HP for every stack, minimum of 1, rounded down. Shoot gain to this effect does not expire turn end. Combat start, gain 1 defense level down for every true stack. Lose 1 stack when taking shoot damage equal to 10% of this unit's max HP. The Eastern Warstride armors are not much equipped as they are piloted, as S-Corp Jung Brigandine is an example of such armor. Much like our core powered armor suit and the full plate armor used by the Knights of the West, Jung Brigandine greatly augments the user's offensive and defensive combat capabilities. Yet these advantages do not mean the armors of such potency are really supplied for combat personnel. Each unit has its own unique controls and comes with limitation of requiring separate fuels. What remains certain, however, is that with all the aforementioned armors, once a rider has familiarized himself with the Dujong Brigandine's extended reach and heightened power output, he becomes a machine of war that strides across the battlefield with the promise of slaughter. Ooh. Gaining 5 Swordplay of the Homeland Sao. Some different battle form of the Homeland every 3 turns. The unit has shield, gains 5 poise count next turn. When the following conditions are met, use a pattern that includes both the Homeland Arrow lose skill. When this unit loses all class 2 turns in a row, does not check. In the turn after the turn in which this unit spent in stagger, when a low morale or panic. The Sword of the Homeland, S-Corp's traditional art of swordsmanship, is also divided into 3 benches: Sao, Pi, and Pipio. Pio. With their teachings exist techniques to hew and cleave through creatures of colossal stature such as Sunguns. Sunguns? Interesting. To perform them in full, Swordman must wield a great hondo capable of bearing the strain of the techniques. Mismatched memories. When in battle form of Homeland Bear Hunt, less than 5 Swordblade Hunt, gain 5 Swordblade Hunt stack Fragile. When in Tiger Hunt, at more than 5, gains Fragile equal to the surplus of Swordblade. Martial Arts of Perseverance. Clash Wing, gain 2 points count. The target unit's skill hit lasts less than 5 bleed potency. If the target this unit's skills hit has less than 5 bleed potency, it won't bleed. Okay. There are those who persevere in training for lack of talent. Then there are those who bless with talent only to let it rust. All men say that the title Apex Blade can be seized only by the gifted. It matters not. Until the day comes from this blade of mine to rise high enough to meet the clouds, I shall persevere in honing my prowess. Gain head splitting memory on per turn. Okay. Boss time. Alright. Well, we have our team, we have our gimmick. Let's use it to the best of our abilities. Struggling all around. We don't have enough pride to go off here. And now we have. Struggling. This is... What is this? I think about unclashable. Resist unit convert sinners. Start skills assist defense plus quick convert. Assist units prioritize sinners. Okay. Alright. Some attacks coming our way that because they have low speed we can't do much about, but we do have an envy. Let's see how it goes. Gotta get our sanity up.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았고 적합한 조치였습니다.
Bear Splitter, guard form. Acceleration punch. Ox Splitter. Alright, here we go. It's Brigandine, next stack. So different battle form Homeland is a pyramid of single coin skills. At higher swordplay of the Homeland. So, yep, gains advantage at higher swordplay of the Homeland. Okay, it's all single coins. Okay. Can we use some flash here? Not yet. Better if you use your pride skills to get your stuff going. Go. We don't have enough for a ego yet, so there's true clashable counters that I do not care about clashing. Enkidu is doing, no one's doing assist defense, so this attack, there is a big attack that is going unopposed, so let's have Faust deal with that.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
That guy looks cool as fuck. I didn't check the EX form for this. Was this just a win the combat? Because it feels like this is a win the combat kind of thing. Bear Splitter. It's a cool sword. Oh, I am so gonna get his pride to use the sword on my character. Holy shit, looks cool as fuck. Right, you're still in that single coin skill? Yes, you are. Bear Spine Breaker. Row of their homeland. There has the most bleed. If it sort of concentrate, it fixes lots of bind. We don't want that to happen. I'm not gonna let you do that. No, sir, no how. Actually, can we use the flesh here? Yes, yes, we can. Flesh shall be yielded. Faust shall give us the goods. Again, all that is missing is some shamans just dancing, man.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
You, the flesh. Hell yeah! 500 damage outside of the mirror dungeon is great, man. Flesh yielded. Bones claimed. Get our sanity back to max with Faust, and then we gotta focus on getting Faust's flute sack running. Can always use a Durante power. I'm sorry I don't get it. I'm gonna use the ability I have. Hello, little guys. Oh, is that the thing I gotta kill? Take a look at you. I'm gonna save my Durante powers for now. Well, we have 3 turns to think about what we're gonna do about that one. So, if our clashes are accounted for, let's direct our attention to that thing. Let's see, what's the deal with that projector? We can damage it. Engage the spicy fists mode. Oh, you're taking a lot of bleed. What's going on here? I think I discovered one of its passives. Didn't read that. When returning to the battlefield, homeland of the hunt, turn into a different location. Are we supposed to keep beating this thing over? If the battlefield has returned to S-Corp or to N-Corp, from S-Corp to N-Corp, this unit turn heal 15 SP for all sinners. This unit cannot be killed and does not take any damage from sources other than skill damage from skill attacking this unit at the main target. This is equals to 1. It marks their stack and then reaches on activate the following next turn. Move self and N-Corp class your staff from the encounter, remove Angyom up from the encounter, move the battle to a different location. So we do have to beat that thing up. But why is our bleed paralyzed? You know what? I'm gonna let what are you doing, Engdu? You're clashing, you're going for the thing. I'm gonna let you do the thing. So anyone that isn't our big boy damage dealers are gonna just prevent the attacks on these guys, because these guys I don't care about them. You just do you, buddy. You keep doing you. You just stay there, okay? You have a good time over there. You have a good time over there using your clashable counter. Waste of an attack, but you do you, Engdu. You do you. You be happy. You go get her. You go get her, young dude. Very nice. I think the rest of the sinners will be able to break that thing. Thing broken. Cringe compilation. Activate. Back to it, shall we? Silent informed, poised to act. Opportunist something. He has changed battle mode. Multi-coin skills. Breakable coins. Neutral. Tiger hunt. Ooh, good thing I didn't bring Mercil, Gun Mercil. Forgot his name again. Capo Mercil to deal with this. Would be funny. Let's see. We have plenty of pride skills to go. There's an assist defense coming out we could take care of. Let's kill this dude. One assist defense, we can take ignore. That's a block. Is Engedu using an assist defense? No, she is. We got 2 assist defenses. We can ignore the Kunokuns then. All in on the damage train. Rocket, my dudes. Action. That sword is cool. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna download this character's sheet, and I'm gonna take that sword. It's mine now. Give me your bones. Goodbye, Mercil. Oh no, he can survive 1 death. He's the OG. I can survive for 1 death. That means we're gonna have to find some way to heal him pronto. We could era him. Here we are. Mercil is staggered. We gotta heal him somehow. Faust, how are you for a... that is a counter? Big attack, stagger splitter. Thankfully, his attack is still... He's not being targeted by anything. I don't think this has an AoE, so... Go. That's a bit of healing that we can do, and there is a counter that is going to hit someone. Not much we can do about it, so let's just accept that it is coming. I think Urza is going to eat that counter for us. That armor is seriously tanky, holy shit. Striker stance. There we go. Ah, fucking 5%. Thank you, Faust. Again, the sanity system continues to haunt me.
내겠다고 했을 텐데.
지금 시계를 돌려.
All right, Merso is at 1 health with 8 counts of bleed. It's bad. It's real bad. We could pop an era, which I think I'm gonna do it. Activating era on Merso. He is angry now. That didn't eat all the attacks. That's good to me. We'll pop a healing from Faust if we can next turn. Alright, big attack coming in from Ingdu. Got rid of the bleed and got some health out of it. Good. Not the greatest use of era, I'll be honest, but that's about good enough for me. And picture time. Yeah, they brought back the joggers. All right, Faust, what do you need to use Fluid Sac right now? You need Glue and Envy. That can be arranged. Are the true system units using their defense skills? Yes, we have one attack that can be safely ignored, and ignore it we shall. The rest of y'all, go over here and deal some damage.
뺀다면 사활을 건다.
Nice telekinetic sword, Otis. That's very impressive, actually. Lots of bleed. Don't like that much bleed. Oh. To clean their bones. Very good. I wish I had been hitting the big thing over there instead of these random mooks that get replaced, but I'll take it. Alright, let's see. Faust, are you good to go? Seems like she is. Let's heal up. Let's heal right now, actually. Let's do the healing now. Although it would be good to win this clash easily, but I'd rather heal now. Really like what they did on something nice with the music in this interval. It really stands out compared to the rest of the OC. This track less, but so still. Yeah, this one is the calm moment. This is what, like, calm before the storm. The storm is when we're fighting the big guy with the sword. So it goes from one to the other, you know? It's like a waveform. Cringe compilation. Oh, we didn't get to use our eagle. God damn it. Oh, we get to use it now, I suppose. Man and body is one. I shall bear down upon them. You're now using the single coin mode. Okie dokie. Well, I hope that's enough to keep him alive for flash shooting mode. Anyway, I also made a recency bias, but the track is absolutely light. Yeah. All the tracks from all the intervals are really, really good, man. There's not a single one of them that has been a miss, you know? Alright, we're not getting any support from our supposed allies here, so we have to protect Kin. Or Kin has to protect himself. Then here, favored. And then there is this attack. This attack makes him lose stacks of stuff. So let's see. All attacks seems to be accounted for. This one is just hopeless and I don't like it. So how about we turn that smile that frown upside down, huh? I hope this is enough to heal him so he can wield flash on this attack. It probably is. Oh, we had an assist defense. God damn it. Healing! It's a good heal. 81. I think he can survive one attack. And he also got an extra 5 from Gregor. Alright, claim that flash. And let Merso die. He will paralyze next turn, which is going to be very nice. Right, break that shield of her. Break that shield of him. Break that shield. Break that shield. Not yet. Engdu attacks first, but he doesn't have the clash. We have 5 stacks of bleed. That is 25 health gone. We can't play around. Doesn't regret eats one of remove 2 run. Yes! Let's remove one of these effects with a one-sided attack. Her being the goat sheep as always. I think she's more like a golden retriever, but the ba is funny. The ba is very funny. Ba! 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 Favorite. We got our pride resonance, we got the ego to eat the bad vibes away. We're good to go. Whoosh, pow! We enjoyed this boss. I thought it is alright, but a bit too gimmicky with the projector not feeling that important, really. It is necessary for the plot. Ooh. Just a little more, I think we'll be able to smash that. Didn't think to smithereens, but... yeah, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. We make our lives a lot easier to get rid of just one of them. The battles seem to be taking a toll on the sinners, more so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an unsurmountable foe, not even close, not to mention how Ilza and Engdu were here to help us out. But, shit, haven't they had enough about the time they gave up in it? Oi, don't you go out legging it again. That big sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're gonna keep us up in this distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our exit's blocked, and it ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. With the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N-Corp and S-Corp, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or Gyong, I'm gonna call him Gyong, who has been swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides, Engdu, go cover his back too. It shall be done. N-Corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in Nepalese casualties in an area so close to the net had alerted N-Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust, Otis, help me out here. I just not stop racking my brain trying to navigate the situation I know so little about, and instead rely on the sinners with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcement N-Corp is sending after us. And second, will defeating Yong or destroying the projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy reinforcement. Not only is this battlefield situated close proximity to the enemy's stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes us neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we're trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there is little hope of prevailing through the current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me too. But maybe if you can turn the source phenomenon at the very least, Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of the Fathons as our exit. Dungeon of the Fathons? But how can I enter if I can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe. During the LCB regular checkup back at the LCE, it says that all you have to do is read what's on the note in front of the distortion. Apparently it's some kind of a code. Right, keywords. This one seems to be a location type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes takes us, N-Corp or the twisted characters of S-Corp, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to its dungeon of the Fathons from anywhere within it. Okay, so what are the keywords for the distortion then? Warren High had provided necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, one of them has to be photograph, it obviously being present through the entire phenomenon. If I may perhaps experience maybe one of them. He's saying put in his true sense in, having briefly retreated from the battle to the backlines. There is an undercurrent of obsession with experience staining his very trail. Must be aught in relation to what happened to cause this distortion. Experience, the concept alone lacks substance. There must be something more grounded, something that is once synonymous with experience while maintaining a through line of N-Corp's knowledge that was the core of the obsession. Canned experience? Most likely, thinks Faust. Alright then, photograph, canned experience. Not seen to transpire as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. Are these the kind of photograph they used to make canned experience? So that's what the strange sensation was, mentioning that work shook the distortion and caused that rippling effect. But it was clearly not enough force to open the dungeons of the Fathons. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Sorry? Oh, I thought we were talking turnstock what might cause him to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece one after the other, I thought this was some sort of Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, but where did scraps come from? See? When enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities, sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. Take our person of interest, to wit. He has been poking around this area town with an eye-watering expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner had lightly prodded for information had tales to tell him about him. Each tale added another facet to the long saga of a once-driven man, a man with a can-do attitude, an uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, and a clear path towards Nest residence, who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper, barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man has lost his grip of fortune and reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain drips through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow dark that I had seen on Keen's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once, in the past. True, it would be more correct to say that I heard it in his voice, that echo in his shadows, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that his distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in Bumblehead McKinn. Photograph, canned experience, and scraps. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to the distortion's phantoms. Well then, we'll be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Ezra, this is what I have seen then, the gateway to one's phantoms. That's it, huh? It's tough. But, before she could finish, Ezra had to direct her focus to our discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners are caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle and prepare to enter the dungeon as a phantom, but Hong Lu, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding off the N-Corp employees. They're gonna follow us right in there if we run now, right? Probably? Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we can travel through the pathway once it's open, so yeah, let's majority of driver to an even narrower corner. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, Bumblehead McKinn stepped up. My sword arm's not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have a little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe that this was more about than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was... What the fuck? Huh? What the terrible front. At least try to pretend that you're to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you think that your terrible excuse was going to fly by? What are you trying to avoid, Sir Slinger? You're not some kid trying to get out of this doing his homework. remember hearing that entering a dungeon of the Fados will bring one to the spiritual Fados of distortions is gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own, for that is what the abomination is gazing into. It's decided then. You're coming with us. You ain't about to walk in blind to a place we don't know shit about, mate. Guide us in there, yeah? Oh, that's... You keep it simple. You try that too. Learn the hard way that homework, like summer reading, doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there, even as the summer break comes to an end, ruining the last day of a vacation to go into an all-nighter. I'd ask Scabbard if I vibrated truthfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework, save the GPA? Face the sins, save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Go, Junior. You guys too, LSB. I can handle them all on my own. You will make a lone stand? Hey, what the heck do you think I am? I'll show you why the team leader Moses felt sending me alone with you guys. This is basically a monster of the week situation of team leader back in their duo days. I can handle it on my own, no problemo. I wanted to see how you guys handle the inflection point, but I guess, yeah, you can never really have it all. Oh well, guess I'll just have to trust our true Oster team member newbies to handle that. Now, that I think about it, I think you're seeing a pretty solid example to our team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems I have no choice in the matter as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Keen shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the vanguard. Mentor, be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a small step over or you may trip. I can clearly see that, Ingdu. Bring me a ladder if you're really worried, why don't you? Have you need of one? A mere jest, don't worry. I see. Did you enjoy the boss? I thought it was alright, but it took me with the project or nothing important. Like I said, it's part of the narrative. You know, Project Moon likes to play its narrative together with. And we're not done. You just break through the shield. We have to break through it again. I think. Yep, there is the Phantoms. 3 hours. We'll continue. Was that the EX? Yes, we got EXs all around. Should I keep going with Blade Lineage? I feel a little weak for this. But we are gaining... They must be balanced around this because we are gaining extra stuff, so... yeah, sure. We went with Blade Lineage on the side. Let's go with Blade Lineage on this one too. It's just extra damage, really. They don't have a cool gimmick. If that's how Sorry. I'm gonna get some water real quick. It's been 3 hours, but we will continue. Don't worry not. Just a moment. Enjoying the new content, hell yeah. Face, action, camera. If that's how everyone's been living, then my life, my photographs too. So this is S-Corp too, right? It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Oi, get out of there. Right? Sorry, dogs. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance of the dungeons into S-Corp streets, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery. Wouldn't be surprised to find it in an S-Corp themed haunted mansion. This is a place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than one expected. Thou says that people inhabit these lands for true? Really? I think it has a cool vibe, of course you would. Vibe's my foot, I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden were beset by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles, and the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I had contemplated in consternation how the folk there had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kin's face still lingered in there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the phantoms of those gazes into, as Kin had said, perhaps this is how S-Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were spotless blue and without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of that choga and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. A thatch-roofed house. I thought to be a respite solid in mine, yet in this mirror world another has walked here before my arrival. I join him in looking up at the thatched roof of the choga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up toward the man on the straw hoof. Gyong up. Are you home? Are you home, I asked. What a strange... Oh, hold up. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if you come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It's unbecoming. A dog? Really now? I can see you up there, lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? To have such an odd occurrence transpire twice successive. The work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in personally to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? You know me? She certainly knows her jests. She marches forth, vested in war-strider armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Oh, it's a she! Yet, why else might be but the military commissioner going up the principal of the famed Inn family? You are certainly in the habit of speaking hyperbole. I'm not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epitaph so grand as the principal. Not a compliment, you see, Commissioner. This is the rhetorical technique known as backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather see be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordinate have no wit to engage in such banter? Why, am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? This is our first meeting. So, no, not at the precise moment. I know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I wouldn't ever let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Yeah, maybe, but people do find friendship with such personalities if they have a taste for prickliness. You've got a friend in us, don't you? Fine, you have a point, I guess. I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons too. But still, I hope you are not seriously comparing the way I talk to his sassy gotcha-digging pun-riddled... Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke well rather than respond by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes, but I knew you'd be, so I won't take issue with it. Though I must admit the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they call Kinlib, Bamboo Ring Hat. A man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exile himself to the back streets. Yet, with the sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart, did he find the path of sword another way into the nest, as the right state councilor's sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives, yet the reality is that they are merely found the path of man butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have toward the right state councilor, if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Not a compliment, just a word on the street. Ha, you're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out as bamboo-hatted kin. Thank you. And thus he continued to veer away from the line. I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, oh mighty one. If you come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you in two, 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So, feel safe to continue traipsing outside the line, but in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and... really, stalking someone's not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? Nope, truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me free rein to continue traipsing outside the line. I couldn't in good conscience turn down such offers of kindness, nor did I ever do. You sure have a way with words, a way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps. Yet, are such japes not to be expected among fellowships of close mutual bond? They don't look friends yet, though. So, care to tell us why she's been watching you? I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh, you speak of the game of Sukjon? Rock tossing? Save them for the festivities of Dando. I was throwing rocks at a passerby. Fiondy, that is a wrong deeding, good sir. I suppose it is. People Peo and Saw in particular found it to be distasteful, and they do not let their discontent be hidden. But the P and the downtrodder cheered me on to a degree. They found it cathartic. Huh, curious. Then is it a right deed or a deed not right? Pio? Saw? Whatever it is that you're describing. It is a well-known truth that S-Corp is also known by its other name, Sao P. Pio Agro Industries. A wing specializing in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and the depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industry: Sao, Pi, and Pio. Each meaning flesh, blood, and bone. Oh my, let me write that down. More lore for me. Sao, Pi, Pio. Flesh, blood, and bone. Agro industries. I wonder what horrible things they do in the blood, and the bone, and the flesh. Sao, responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains. Pio, responsible for meat and livestock. And P, in charge of technological aspects of both. As a scientist and a researcher once toiled at Escorp, you must have felt the persecution of Plea face firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that they would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable Escorp. Alas, the noble intention of the yesteryear now lies sullied. The Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of the chief state councilor and monopolizes rice as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone wants a right state councilor toadies to Saul and rises to the seat of left state councilor. When such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even steal the land as they please, anguished cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus, the common folk are reduced to livestock, bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude like that of the emaciated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them both to yield? Ah, so that yield my flesh to claim their bones. As an oft-heard poem when walking the streets of Escorp. Oh, then the people who thou have targeted with the rocks they weren't people, rats. Rats? Oh yes, the councilor finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer the common folk rightfully deserve? They certainly suffer from this severe case of kleptomania. So you purposely threw a rock at his feet to trip them to the ground, knowing that he was a kleptocrat? Kleptocrat? Well, simply could not help react as such in the presence of scurrying rats. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do, I could use a good laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude, that is all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their scarlet aura bonds. The gal to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them until now. Well, if that's your intent, you are invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want to get thrown into the dungeons teeming with real vermin. Oh, I was going to do just that. So, when you stop being a sword and be when you stop being a sword and be human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who will ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state councilor. Oh my god, you're pretty. Return to this choga when you're a human again, and I'll buy you a drink as thanks. Ha! She's a funny one, huh? Mentor, then this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was correct? And I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I had left behind in Nescorp. I must say, I myself found the relationship most intriguing. That a military commissioner of the Sao faction would fraternize with a bodyguard of the right state councilor, who was of the P faction. Still, I know not that the fellow was none other than the military commissioner of Escorp. Engdu's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It is news to me that you had ties to a second ordinate official, a military officer with a command over high-ranking employees of the wing at that. Well, I was in the service of the right state councilor, whose first ordinate, you know. Well, that might be true, yet you would like to know why, with such a powerful friend by my side, I have ended up in exile from Escorp. Yes, your silence over matters is such great importance, why I've come to introduce you to others as a reticent one, Mentor. We had made the Blade lineage our home. For Escorp, availed no home for us but a lineage. But you, Mentor, I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? The enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kin looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes before moving on. We followed without a word. I hope it's like the Blade lineage can handle this good without the other thing. We emerged into a dark and muggy cavern filled with air so stale it almost felt stifling. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to a four-way fork in the road. A constant, powerful gust howled through one of the paths. The other one was filled with a metallic tang, the smell of blood. Then there was a path that was entirely silent. The last one echoed with the harsh noise of sword striking against sword. Which path should we choose? Shit. Is this poise, bleed, flash power? I'll go with the wind. Whoa, the wind's pretty strong in here. The wind got more turbulent the deeper we progressed. By the time we were near the end of the passage, the sinners could barely keep their eyes open and had to cover them with their arms. Then all of a sudden, tranquility arrived. The wind settling as though it hadn't been blasting us in the face just a moment ago. The dust the wind kicked up dissipated and revealed a scarlet robe, haphazardly thrown on top of a pedestal made of stacked stones. Orabon, the crit against an enemy, inflict 1 bind next turn, 2 times per turn. When using a skill against an enemy that has bind, gain 1 poise. Then start, all enemies that have bleed gain offense level down, equal to bind on itself. Start if all enemies focus encounters all part. Oh, this is not giving me a garbage eagle. I will restart. Fuck you, I'm gonna restart this one. Fuck you, I don't have the Chonukun gift. And this only benefits if we have ability to inflict bleed or bind. We do have bleed on Faust, and that's a good offense level down. But we don't have bind application, so this fucking blows. No, I refuse. I will be a pouty little baby. I refuse. I mean, you can just inflict bind on crit now, I guess, but I want to see the other ones. I will be a pouty little baby. I don't care. No, that fucking, I'm conditioned to go to the mirror dungeon. Whoops.
가스 점화. 엔진 시동.
I want to go for the swords one now. See the sword, powerful with clashing swords. There's so many people are fighting up there. We must proceed with caution as active manner. There may be a battle underway. As soon as they all looked concerned at the straining noise of metal against metal, it was unmistakable sound of battle. We stood ready in troubled silence as the sounds of war only grew louder and louder until they came to a sudden silent stop. A pedestal made of stacked stones appeared before us, though none of us knew how long it had been there. Atop it was a red accessory, the kind of would hang about on the hilt. Oh, it just gave me red tassel. Alright, I'll take it. That's extra damage. Right. Extra damage. I'll take it. So, boop, 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 boop. Should I deploy her as well? Nah. What? Sorry, there's someone else here. Ooh, where are these guys? Are we fighting the Blade lineage? Resentful Blade lineage sounds cool. Yes, there are zombies, and it has plenty of counters. And so we have to tread carefully against those counters. Don't want to get hit, right? Let's bring this to a standstill as we stare into each other's eyes.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
They're taking 10 damage for something. Striker stance, counter. How about we don't?
죄를 새겨주겠어. 참살.
Well, I think that answers your question. Next Buckyak, we're just getting one of these.
제거하는 이점만 있는 것이 아니죠. 이제 저들은 자신도 그렇게 될 거라는 불안에 휩싸일 테니.
Destroyed by a shoulder check. Why are you guys taking 10 damage? Is it because of your... Ah, I see. Is he here? I didn't pay attention. Is he here? He's here. Hello. Brand, no. Deep-rooted regret. Can we get to see your passives? Fugitive, Bearing of the Salsu, Swordly of the Homeland, Blade Lineage Mentor. Yeah, how does it feel to have the mentor here and here? What the fuck? Nothing can be done about that, just to go for the Pride Residence. I think the Buckeye with some Blade Lineage loser, the actual Big Boss lady is the Honglu, which is kind of grand version as an ID. Probably, possibly. I know we're gonna get a lot of pictures of that Big Boss lady. You kind of... Bamboo Hat is kind of mogging our identity right now. I don't like that. What are you doing? What are you talking? It's supposed to be me. Look at him. He's so self-serious. Is he talking about? Did you just talk about the? Did you just talk about the Merso over here? Interesting. I know shit he is. He's way higher level to be shocked if he did. I didn't pay attention to the levels. Why are we taking random damage? I probably didn't pay attention to something. Alright, let's choose our path. Excuse me. As we were slowly looking around the streets of Escorp, a youth asked, after fidgeting in his uniform, walked up to us and asked for help. The youth explained that wishing to be better his own stats, he took the royal examination akin to a public employment policy in Escorp and was able to attain a high grade for himself. That was where his problems began. As far as he knew, people who passed the exam with flying colors like himself had their travel expense paid for their homeward trip, and were to be granted a guide, but there must be some misunderstanding something, because when we left to exam grounds, no one was there to escort him. Confused by the unexpected turn of events, he wandered away from the exam ground in search of his escort, lost his bearing, and found himself in these alleys. He was asking if we could help him with directions. What should we do? Let me ask my group if they can help. Sure. Go, Kim. I think levels can tell a bit about our character's strength of time, but it's a huge gap. Concurrent between specific strong characters kind of silly. You can tell PMs try to tell when sure when you see the king level 81 done. We have discussed this multiple times in our streams, Kisney, but they want to keep the levels to reflect how strong the character is, because when your level goes up, your offense level and defense level also goes up, and that increases your damage and clash power, so they can keep the balance of skills around the same area. And so if a character is higher level, he's gonna clash better and do more damage. But there are true distinct times when that was badly mishandled. That's why I don't pay much attention to it, because it's up in the wind there. One was with King, and then it was follow up on what's it called? King, the gnomes, anything that is silly, you know, and has levels, instead of gaining lots of offense level to compensate or something like that. The training dummies for Honglu. You know the training dummies from Honglu's family are technically stronger than King Headcliff? That it was badly handled, but I don't pay much attention. Let's see here. Mercy opened her mouth to begin, stopped and turned around where Babu had Kina and Gdu were. Another rebel burst geography is there, perhaps Mentor could know better. Come on. Kina let out all of his concerned side and walk up to the youth to give him directions. Take off their royal celebratory flower crown. I don't want people to know you passed the exam. I would. It's for a good reason, just as saying to take me one day. The youth stared back at him in puzzlement before seemingly deciding to give him proper guidance to King's assistance took the precedence. He handed us what appeared to be a small ceramic-ware vessel. Might this be a water dropper for brush calligraphy? Though you might have no practical need of this, for one, or I see none of you much acquainted with the art of grinding ink against inkstone. I impart this gift to you, hope that this dropper may form a small flow in your rivers of life. Though it would have made it for a rather moving moment had it not been for the exact scoff King gave. The youth hurried on his path without minding the sudden discourtesy. And Gdu later asked Hinda what had spurred his outburst, but he did not give her a reply, said to his silence behind the pursed lips. Gaining Backja water dropper. When ally identity gains assist defense, the ally gains 2 damage up to the protection. Flexible number 1. Get haste next turn when his speed is faster than the enemy's deal. When the enemy's speed deals more damage for every speed difference. Good. Why did they add 2 combat nodes instead of just 1 that you go the straight line? Just another way to make character look strong and have the aura, as they say. Sort of. They again, they kind of want to go for levels dictate the power level, but again, it was mishandled a few times. Level 81 with shit ton of HP. No one uses encounters? Okay. They really want to do an up type 5 for Bamboo Head Kin, don't they? I feel it in me bones. We will get IDs up type 5 in the future. Again, hold on, I'm missing something here. There we go. No. Why are we taking 10 damage? Is it because of Kin? It doesn't matter. None of this matters. Yep. None of this matters. Just fight and kill. Get the pride resonance and gain power, my little Sausus. Flesh shooting is ready.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
There's another way of making. I already seen that one. Sometimes my screen flashes and I think there's a new message. Go away, dog. Not now. Go, Mara. Consequence of the scars.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
Flesh yielding.
시연합니다.
He got killed everyone. We can even use our flesh yielder. Yeah, we got to use it, but not the big attack. He's really mogging our ID right now. I guess he has something to prove, you know. Motherfucker. Alright, next. I got a glimpse of a figure staring off into the darkness of the unlit prison. Ha! Never had a Keen lets out a sigh, but before he even fully exhaled, who goes there? Sharp cry cuts through the stagnant air. Someone there must have noticed us. What should we do? Claim that we're prison's guards, keeping our eyes on the prisoner. Unshoot our weapons and stay ready for battle. Let's kill him. You're not the prison guards. The woman who called us stood there for a moment, nonchalant, trying to gouge us even as he stood with our weapons drawn. Then she walked forward in a gait that could only be called aggressive. But instead of chatting with us, she called upon the figure sitting inside the prison. Would you care to explain who are they and what happened? The one-sided exchange continued for a while, and she tried various lines of question to chat up the figure inside the cell, but it was to no avail. Ha! Might I not be talking to a corpse long dead? She allowed an exasperated sigh before turning to us. Are you not here to visit him as well? Might you be one of those who share his purpose? Say that you are and explain the situation. Sure. Merso, go! Visit that fool! Hearing that Merso and Kin stepped forward to explain what had led to the incident of the right state counselor of the state, with a particular critical edge coming in from when describing Kin's own actions, that is. So that is what has transpired. Hold on, how did that man know what happened? There's no time for idle chatter, you must leave Escort right this instant, and by the time Kin's story ended, the prisoner's curiosity finally bubbled over the limit and threatened to spill over as questions. However, the woman who has just learned the truth of what had happened refused to engage at all and focused entirely on remove the Kange clasp around his prisoner's throat. You cannot stay here, there is still much to be done. As for my fellow conspirators, perhaps it would be best that you make yourself scarce as well, considering your precarious position in Escort. The side entrance I use should still be open, and guard, leave quickly. She continued to deftly work her hands to unclasp the Kange, even as she gave us directions so detailed and vivid that we could not find our way out. We could find our way out without a map. Meanwhile, Bumbleheaded Kin had wandered off to a corner of the room and picked up a broken piece of wood, pocketing it. I understand what's going to happen. Alright. Just from this interaction, I understand what's going to happen. Kin does the thing where he kills the bunch of people and tries to run away. He gets caught, and then his friend, the big lady with the big sword, comes to save him, and she either has to kill him or loses her position or something bad happens. Fix defense level down. When flies faster than enemy, deals more damage. If enemy has bind, double the amount of damage above the maximum cap. Big gifts.
그대, 이 검이 필요하오.
Ooh. No, it can't be. My life, the experience, the memories I had recorded are different. Alas. King came to a stop with a green look on his face. Again, I am returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor, I have been here before. Ah, have you? Had a peek into my memories when I had distorted, did you? I must say, it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. King grinned sheepishly, as though he has the same smile as Ezra to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me that what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Then this must be, indeed, the right state counselor's estate. Someone who I once protected, thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gates and made his way into the front yard. Watch out, Engdu. Take a tall step over or you might trip. Ah! There were bodies splayed about the yard, and I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos split diagonally, and some of them were so mangled that I could hardly even tell which parts belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the councilors? No, were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the state, yes. You're looking at what remains of them. Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remember what the S-Corp logo I saw in Kin's Phantoms looked like. The hats these corpses are, or were, wearing, are adorned with the same logo. So why is Bamboo Hat and King calling them assassins? In this corrupt land, the right state councilor's life was always as precarious as a candlelight in a tempest. Such is the fate of all those who had the guts to speak the truth in S-Corp, where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold and power is ironclad. The most prominent among them, the left state councilor, with the chief state councilor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army, but they are prohibited in our homeland. So they are kind of like how the great houses of H-Corp, which had their own armies. That is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp's circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company, whose employees outwardly appear to be all working for the same side, is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging alliance to a different individual than the chief executive. What assassins there had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiance. I had thought this is no different, though the assassins seemed significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises, not realizing that I had just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. There he is. Looking around at my yard, teeming with assassins, I recall thinking odd just how many of them they had sent. Though the left state councilor power had grown to loom over that of the king, I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one triumvirate councilors at the royal court would have been foolish. I can't. I have failed you, councilor. There were simply too many of them, as though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the councilor, or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the councilor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them breach the door, all strength left me, and I fell to my knees. I, Kim Lib, am a poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I have failed you. And I knew who the author of the foul scheme was, the left state councilor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. Though I am too meager a person to carry on your will, councilor, what can I do is plant the seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that the favor is repaid in steel. Only by such vengeance shall the councilor at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I have thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the right councilor. I see that you are hard at work. A cursed parasite ought to flee you alive and reveal that wretched soul underneath. Some gal you have to show your face here. Oh, here? You mean the home of the Honorable Right State Councilor who toils day and night in service of the royal court? I know the assassins were sent by the left State Councilor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damning word is an oppression upon decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can. Heed me, soldiers. Arrest the mad butcher. What? The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered Right State Councilor arrived at the royal court. This audacious contumelious effrontery is an affront not only to the royal court, but to the heavens and men alike. The revered left State Councilor, who has long been in disagreement with the Right State Councilor on matters of the state, found this offensive to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day writ on the letter. Huh? Yet a tragedy has struck. All those lives sent to protect the noble councilor are slain. The bravery and justice of their honorable hearts trampled upon the ground by this villain. And now, the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court. Thus, we are, perforce, to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law. You spout senseless drivel! I saw your men making their way to the council's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The councilor? Might you be looking at the Right State Councilor here, alive and well? My lord? The vile wretch leaned down next to my ear and whispered, perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Did you really think you could overcome the entire private army in the left State Councilor's service? He sent so many of his men to their deaths just to lure me into a trap? Why? Now don't think this is a compliment, as you're not even an apex blade of the homeland, nor are you the Ungyon Cloud Blade, but you have been a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan, which you constantly getting in my way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. This can't be! For what it's worth, young man, I am sorry. I've come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, though S-Corp is indeed a pond of turbid water, it was those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. Fearing the worst, we arrived to protect the revered Right State Councilor. 1,000 curses upon the villain. In his quest for the Right State Councilor's life, the butcherous man has already watered the ground with S-Corp laborers, the very lifeblood that runs in the veins of this most serene wing. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the Councilor's sworn guard, Kim Lib. Hit us, oh villain! And hobai! He screams, and let the aura bonds take you. There we go. It is as I predicted. You've fallen far, my friend. You were once considered a candidate to the honor of Ungyon. And with that brand of nobility sapping your strength, even your master with a blade will only dull. Are you here to be my executioner, Gyong? I hadn't received the orders to behead you, if that's what you're asking, nor would it befit some of my station to leave my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know. The councilor has abandoned me. There is no path forward. So South PPO Agro-Industries is more corrupt than I had thought, rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once a game has been lost, you start anew and test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 9 star points of the board, and find a place where you can begin anew in equal standing? As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they will come after you. It's okay. Like someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations, I have the royal court backing as its military commissioner. My position in the court isn't so fickle that it would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal. In the eyes of the royal court, you're regarded as inconsequential. I report that even if you were to flee, you would still be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honorable principles. Some things can't be done without ending a rule or two, and you are needed in S-Corp's future. Is in need of those who are less bound by expectations, like yourself. Besides, not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider it is a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They are both debts to be repaid. Young up. Come with me. There is no hope left in S-Corp. You said it yourself, didn't you? We will never win as long as we play in their rigged game. Listen, they may have a 9 stone advantage over you, but to me, it's the smallest tree. I'll manage and keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter its den. But wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger den to back you up when the time comes? There, all done. Your bonds are severed. Go now. Go and build your strength beyond the walls of S-Corp. Yet beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers. I don't have in me to take up such a grand purpose. I'm done with S-Corp. You know how I am, I'll just go with the flow. Yes, yes, do as you will. Go with the flow, be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping that the currents of the river will someday bring you back to S-Corp, that's all. Though I had left the rigged game, my records afterward weren't stellar. The laying of the stones on my board was full of holes and mistakes. I joined the Blade lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library, until eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move. So the Blade lineage wasn't a thing in S-Corp before, it became a thing after. Well, it existed after he just took on the role of mentor. When Gyeongop had let me go, I thought I had escaped the Targar's maw. But as I let the game progress with the flow, I soon came to the realization that my life was an endless sequence of connect and dies. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid form began to grow like wildfire. And those in the attire of the Blade lineage one by one leapt over the wall and approached us, like the projections on Kin's darkening phantoms. They're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impression a person gets from viewing the photograph is malleable. Then they must be after. Yep. Can't believe that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. Interesting. Very interesting. I say he's growing on me a little bit, even though, especially because I connected him. Like, this is literally Gintama we're looking at. Is it supposed to be me? Look at him. So sorry. It must be after they come to pass. All right. Ah, you guys have so many clashable counters that I'm just going to ignore. This is the problem. Clashable counters are good for us, not good for the enemy, unless it's a boss. So we don't have to clash against you. We're just going to attack the guys that don't have a clashable counter one-sidedly, because screw you.
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
How's it for? How's it so far? Hello, Vestuvios. It is going great. I suffered great mental damage from seeing Kin without his hat, but he's growing on me a little bit. I still prefer he would remain as Kin, but what can you do? It's still Kin. It's still the guy. It's still a top bloke. It's still a top bloke. He tried his best. He did what he thought it was right, and then he got taken by corruption of a corrupt system. Still a top bloke. Why did I turn British? I don't know, but yeah, it's probably the mental damage I suffered for seeing Kin without the bamboo hat. But hey, he's just aura farming on our base ID. I hope that we get the uptype 5. It changes his animations as well. Maybe that's what Project Moon is planning. Like, when a new character comes out, and it's not like a new character, but we have an idea and the character comes back, and the character has different animations. They just take those animations onto the new ID and just make them better. The thing is that, as it stands right now, Bamboo Hat Kin is literally Gin from Gintama. I'm gonna show it again. Hold on. I closed it. Whatever. You can check on the stream but later. There we go. And we're gonna here, and we're gonna here, and we're gonna here, and we're gonna display capture. This is Bamboo Hat Kin. This is Bamboo Hat motherfucker. 1 second. Motherfucking help. There we go. This is literally Bamboo Hat Kin. This is Bamboo Hat Kin, this is Engdu, and this is Erzra. No, incredibly powerful, strong girl that eats a lot. The apprentice guy that he really looks up to his mentor, and the mentor guy that is very aloof and seemingly irresponsible at first, but he actually has like a incredibly overpowered stats and a knack and instincts for stuff. That is literally what Bamboo Hat Kin is. Someone carrying a sword on his belt and a sack on his shoulder leaped into a haystack near us. A few moments later, a small squad of Chunokins, torches in hand, rushed from the same direction the men had come from. We saw a criminal who was covered by the kingdom's properties flee in this direction. Speak up. Have you seen the wretch? The Chunokins began walking up to the civilians and questioned them about the criminal's whereabouts. Despite all having seen the men jump into the haystack, all of them shake their heads and refuse to give the criminal. Are they hiding him for some reason? Soon the Chinokons, having made their way through the crowd, approached us as well. What should we do? Gone the wrong direction. Go ahead, Kin. Go ahead, Mercel. Lie. So he went that way, huh? Appreciate the assistance. Once the group of Chinokons hurried toward the direction, pointed towards the man, called out at Hessex, seeing that the Chinokons had gone. The civilians walked up to the man and gave their thanks. Good work, you. Can't have those vile Chinokons take a noble thief like you away. A thief of the people. They're all wretches, I say. Wretches, so well fed while all we starve. But they'll bleed rice if you got them. Returned their gratitude with a polite bow, then approached us. You have my thanks. I did not expect you to be shielded by outsiders such as yourself. This is a welcome surprise. Who am I, you ask? Well, I have no name to give you, but it seems that the common folk had taken calling the like-minded the Blade lineage. I'm only stealing sacks of rice the corrupt officials have stolen and returned them to where they belong, just as Mentor Bambo had the king had once done. King squeaked out a small embarrassed cough. I've lingered here long enough. Too long. They're already on my trail again. It's about time I saw myself off. Even in a hurry, he bade us to wait a moment as he rummaged through the sack and produced a package of food. Take this. It's not much, but it should be quite filling for those on the road like yourselves. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They're both debts to be repaid, eh? With that, he withdrew into the shadows. All is healed, full SP. No gift? Really? Motherfucker, I wanted a gift. Oh well, I'll take... it's not like we lost any health. That was useless. That was actually useless. Damn it. Damn it, nabbit. Alright, back here into this place. Now they're no longer using the counters. How funny. Anyone feeling like winning a clash today? Who wants to win a clash? Come on, step right up. What about you, young man? You feel like winning a clash for us? Go ahead. Ah, you didn't want to win the clash, I see. What a shame. I gotta listen to this song a lot, man. All my villages are under level and not that high, so I just shot them during the interval. Most people are probably going to be using House of Spiders against these guys. I just want to play with the thematic theme, so that I gain the currency for the event. I mean, I'm pretty much guaranteed to gain all the currency of the event that I need because I do daily mirror dungeons. Except not today. I'm already doing a 4-hour string, so maybe more because I want to finish this interval in one go. Sabura! This guy's low health. Jump him, boys! Again, one more thing. I share this place with someone else. There's room here right now. So if you hear some voices in the background, it's to be expected.
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
I'm gonna mute myself for a second here because the person in my room is doing something important.
흉터의 결과요.
Already at the boss. All right.
별일 수 있는 기회겠죠?
Like a prey backed against the cliff's edge, I am left bereft of paths. My hand hesitates with no room to place a stone. Misjudgments burgeon when contemplations harrow the mind, indeed. Second, please. One moment more, please. I'm gonna read it anyways, doesn't matter. All that remains is to neutralize that one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us there? You should know, this place and its enemies are a projection of your memories. Not the hardest guess to make, is it? I expect to find Gyeon Yop there. Gyeon Yop was a woman of loyalty and principle, even as a military commissioner. Who never stopped waiting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have broken in the end. I scoured the newspapers and TV for anything I could find on the current state of Escort. It was plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is that not but a baseless speculation? Your concerns grow uncontrollably? Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Thus, what lies before you is but a figment of the distortion reflected upon your memories. Did this Ingyop appear as that monster does? Nope. Gyeonggop wasn't like that. Gyeonggop, I still believe that Sao PPO agriculture deserves to die. But destruction is not the point. The point is that I want to be a place where I can cut away the avaricious corrupted and have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current escort. You know, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer, floating down the river slow to where the current's taken. When the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made me a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and find myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved faith. And the river continues to wind, carrying me back to Escorp, whence I had fled. Shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? You think I'm satisfied with the way Escorp is? But your method, as it is now, goes against the principles. I expect better for someone of your wiles. If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of their principles. I only hope that one of these bends in that river of yours would float you back to knock on the gates of Escort once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You at least to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my path. And discern the flow of the river evermore. Hello there, Hung Vu. How you doing? It's not morning, but hello. King look kind of jobless when he loses his hat. Yep, he is. Good interval. I like the Mirrors of the Crumbs a lot. Funny how Kim basically gets a whole second dungeon. Greedy little man. Hey, Kisnid, give it a break. This is a Korean game. This is a Korean character based on a Korean poet. Aside from Nisang. Very well. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I, Gyeonggop, second ordinate of the Sao PPO Agro Industries, official of the sword and military commission of the royal court, shall uphold the command and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate. Alright, we get to fight you again. Let Gintama fight the creature. And now you don't have lackeys, but you have like a billion skills. Holy fucking shit. Right, same deal as before. Same deal as before. The three courts, right? The three court circles of Sao PMPO each made their standard Dragong Brigade of this corp into forms suited to their own doctrines. The old tale says that Sao has been the first to implement. Oh, I already seen that one. Have I? No, I haven't. Forms suited to their own doctrines. The olden tale says that Sao has ever been the first to spearhead a slaughter, eager to cleave the enemy's flesh before any other. The P harvests the blood that spills from the open flesh wound and turns it into endurance on the battlefield. The Pyo takes the takes the close of a slaughter. They part one joint from the other, bringing the enemy to their knees. With a blade through the neck bone, finish the collective act of killing. Sword of Homeland passed down a Salcourt circle is not at its heart an art of killing. To cut again until blood runs dry, the bone is laid bare. That is the essence of this art that strips the opponent's flesh into ribbons. That is the Sword of Homeland practiced by Sal. Is this boss a boy or girl? There are those who persevere training Laka race in this one and this Flesh Eye Clan. You have to against from Bull-Headed Clay. Oh, right. So we clash this one first because it makes it lose Sword of the Homeland, and then opposite attack or hit against a target that use. You choose something. Yeah, we gotta go with that one first. Oh, you have a nice evening stream. Your fun commentary. Thank you, Kisnib, and see you next time. You there, young lady. Would you like to win a clash against the one and only Bamboo Hat Kin? You do? Very nice. Step forth. Come now. Win a clash against Yield My Flesh, and I shall claim your bones. Didn't win the clash, huh? Well, there's always next time.
확실히 훌륭한 5번 수감자. 덕분에 위험한 순간도 넘어간 적이 많다지.
입수 배었다 이볼까.
나라도 그렇게 했을 테지.
Ah, so she gets the whole thing there where she applies a shit ton of count. I see. I didn't pay attention to her passive. I'm just playing the game as I know how to play. I know this attack needs to be dealt with. Clash start, gain tree. Clash start, lose tree. Okie dokie, here you go. Someone else has to take that. What about you, Kin? How are you feeling about going against that? This goes really fucking hard, man.
죄를 새겨주겠어. We're gonna lose so much fucking health for the bleed. Just fucking look how tall she is, goddamn. Like Donnie's like she's at like hip level with her in terms of height. What the fuck? Is that the armor or is it just what are they feeding people in oh, I guess they're not feeding people in S-Corp, but what are they feeding her specifically? Look at this shit. That's ridiculous. Oh, you're still in the single coin, huh? Gotta lose that swordplay. Ooh, that song, that scream! Holy shit! This boss rocks. Almost bleed. First, we gotta make sure you lose that swordplay. Clash. Sun protection is so fucked though. To the middle. Do we have protection here? We do. Nice. That is a clashable guard. So, who's attacking here? That is Hugh turn. We can just have you attack the same slot. What protection? Don't care about protection. 죄를 새겨주겠어.
Bear Spine Breaker.
tiny little bow and a stagger.
Yeah.
Are you about to do something there, buddy? Develop memories. She's about to go. Care about that? Migrating extends today. Can you wish me luck? Hey, best of luck to you, Hongu. Let my freshly shaven bald head shine rays of good luck into you. The quantum entanglements through the internet, whatever you may be, coming from Brazil to help you in your graduation. You do great. I am sure of it. I believe in you, my brother. All right, let's take a look here. You got a big attack for us? Yes, you do. Can clash of skills against you? Can I be started for taking damage from the skill ends? I'm not gonna send the big skill against you because if I do, I'll lose. Ah, there we go. We're gonna pop a fluid sac just to be sure. We do need more pride, though. Go. Two eagles. Stab. The clash goes on. Holy shit! Holy fucking shit! Jesus Christ! That was fucking amazing. Oh, that is not good. That is bad. That was fucking awesome, but that was really bad what just happened. Whoops, I don't know what just happened there, but something really bad happened. Something really bad happened there. Well, let's just have the battle play out. Merso's going to die. Unfortunately, I don't have Era to save him right now. So, oops. That was a cool clash, but that was bad. That was really bad. Goodbye, Merso. Defeat. Let's try again. But that yield my flash clash was mwah, mwah. Let's try again. Oh, what the fuck? Dude, I don't. I should have. God damn it. I should have tried before letting him die. I'm gonna have to do the dungeon again, aren't I? Fuck. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Why did I click that? I don't know why. Yeah, everyone's just using the same shit. I'm gonna have to start the dungeon again, aren't I? At least we'll have to do the story again. We just can go. Yeah. I should have clicked retry before she finished doing her attack. God damn it. That's the price we pay for Kino. That's the price we pay for the cool attack. Let's go again. Let's go again. Go again. I could try with the leftover stuff. Nah, they wouldn't put a dent in it, especially because the boss was going to be on full health. There's the thing about these kind of dungeons. If you fail the fight and you try with the leftovers, they literally the boss starts with full health again. We don't resume where we left off, and we don't do continues. We could use lunacy to continue the fight, but not doing that. So let's go the silent path this time around. We got focus to this is actual garbage. What the fuck? This is actual garbage. We're gonna gain 2 damage up at the beginning of the fight. That is absolute horseshit. I'm sorry, but that is absolute horseshit, Project Moon. You have the option between really good gifts, and then you put one of those there. You could have put some of the Use My Flesh, Claim Their Bones gifts in there, but you decided to put Illusory Hunt of all of them. Illusory Hunt sucks ass because you get a 20% damage buff on the first turn, and that's it. No more damage bonus. Let's see what the other one is. Pet that smells like blood. End corpse serves the clue briefcase. When hitting an enemy using skill inflicts bleed potency counter uniquely. You can inflict 1 nail per skill. Triggering tremor burst on enemy. This is useless for us. Alright. Well, already did that. And now we know which one's the best one, which is literally the one that gives us the enemy slash resist, because we're all about resist. So let's try again. Better this time. I'm so conditioned to go to the mirror dungeon that I was already going to the mirror dungeon. I think we lost a clash that I wasn't supposed to lose, and then she just obliterated everyone. Alright. Well, don't have to do the story again, so this is gonna be easy. It's just a few late initial fights, but god damn that. I'm still thinking about that fucking clash. That clash was insane. Alright, give me the sword gift. Poise ego gift / ego gift. That one's better. You. We could send Blade and House of Spiders to give some backup, but that's good enough for me. Oh, my back hurts. Been sitting for 4 hours now. We're about time to finish. Well, we're gonna finish this boss. We're gonna see the cool stuff. I don't know. If anyone's still using the Corp ID now, or Ryosha Fellboulder are not included. No. Again, we are overdue for a long time for Uptype 5 for IDs or something to give them a little extra oomph. I reviewed them in the past. They have okay numbers, but they don't have escalation. What I call escalation is when a skill has a clause that says something like gain coin power based on bleed or whatever on the enemy. N-Corp does not have any of that. Dogs, don't begin, don't start, go outside. There they go. Barking and I was thinking about maybe I could bring like House of Spiders Ryoshu, have her eat the Nurse Fathers, but I realized that Gyong applies so much bleed count with her attacks that it would be a suicide. Ryoshu would be full of bleed and wouldn't be able to do anything. Kill these guys. Oh, I got to. All right, Simon, I'm going now. Bye, sir. See you around, Hung Vu, and good luck with your exam. I am sure you will do great. All right. All right, go Merso. Let's get the same gift as before.
미호스럽군. 착수.
얼간이들이 흥겨워하는군. 대체로 저럴 때는 이유가 있는 법입니다. 이유를
Go.
제시합니다.
Let's play the home run. Go.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 딴때 적합한 조치였습니다.
Come on, come on. Kill faster. Kill faster. I want to be the boss again.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 이리 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜
침착한 결과.
참살.
물의 배들.
살을 베어내고
Was Engdu helping that battle? Actually, now that I think about it, yeah, she was.
비껴버렸군.
Fucking dogs.
지금 시계를 돌리기엔 촉박할 테니
Good, we're good.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
생각해야 할 겁니다.
We recover.
쓸모 없어진 놈은 후퇴시키는 것도 좋겠죠.
You know, it's really easy to do a use your flesh to claim their bones when you have like 1,000 HP. Let's hurry it along. Let's hurry it along. We gotta get to the boss. We gotta get to the boss. It is. There's one. Give me the same gift because that was a good gift.
미호스럽군.
And now it's a focus encounter.
칼을 부딪힐 시간입니다.
Skip, skip, skip. That's the second time someone is calling me today, so let me check. Hello? Fucking... I thought it's something... I keep getting calls. I think it's something important. But no, it's just ads. It's always ads. And you have no way to know if it's not an ad or not. I'm fucking pissed off at these guys.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
입수 배어 떨군 것. 그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 적합한 조치였습니다.
Basic counters, don't need to do for counters. We just need to go for normal attacks.
가지요. 알아듣겠습니까? 지금이 적기라는 것입니다. 살을 베어낸 뼈를 깎는다. 살을 베어낸
Is there another filler fight after this? I feel like we need to recover HP. Now that that food thing is coming in handy. How many resources do you need for Slit Sack? Need 4 Gloom True Lust. We can get Lust somehow, I think. From Dawn.
확실히 훌륭하군. 5번 수갑니다. 덕분에 위험한 순간도
Come on, gotta keep going. What are you doing there, cat? Alright, still got another filler fight to go, okay. In the wrong direction. Give me your food, I'm hungry. I'm so hungry.
미호스럽군.
USD, full HP, very nice. I'm so hungry. We'll probably take backups on this fight. It's a big boss after all. Or just defeat it with the Blade Lineage. Just make sure to retry before she finishes her attacks and all that, you know?
실력을 확인해 보죠. 따뜻해. 하던 대로 해보십시오.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
Cat. Aufrüsten, sagen. Come on, let's get to this trash fight. I want to get to the boss again. Kill that guy. Clash. Get all the good stuff out. We don't need to clash against the clashable counters.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 그런 맛이 나네. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 거지.
Very nice. When you have a numbers adventures like this, nothing can go wrong, right?
혈이 난자오. 확실히 훌륭하군. 5번 수감자. 덕분에 위험한 순간도
By the flowers.
착한 결과입니다.
Alright, we got back to the boss. That was quick. That was an unnecessary detour, but we are here. We are going to finish this fight now. Proper. Should I go still with these guys? I think it's a good idea to go with these guys. I could put Brioche here as a backup and have her be there. Like, she would be present. She's full health. But we'll try with Blade Lineage, and if we get wiped again, we retry one more time. Alright, let's go. Let's fight the big lady. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Now, I don't imagine me in guild. I didn't pay attention to her thing, so... turn start. Gain or lose, choose to replay the homeland self based on the battle form of the homeland on self. Activate. Gain stack. If the turn is indicated having these skills, this unit will not be affected by replay the homeland self, stack of visible effects, and will reset to replay the house. Alright. Takes less damage from everything. Fix panic. When in form of the bear hunt, less than 5% gain fragile. And when in tiger hunt, more than 5 gain fragile equal to surplus sort of play. And how do you swap between them? Game 5 start. So different battle form homeland every 3 turns. Okay, so when she is on red. Hold on. When she's on red, we want to keep the stack low. When she's on blue, we want to keep the stack high. Okay, I get that. So we're now on red. We want to keep the stack low. Did I got that right? Let's see. Red stack low. Blue stack high. Sounds about right. That's home play, sort of play of the homeland here. Let's give it a try. This is turn 1. Second turn, she's gonna be still on the red. Turn 3, she's still gonna be on the red, and then she'll go to blue. So we gotta dance around, keeping her stacks low, and then pump it high when she's on multi-hit. Ah, I guess that's what I got wrong. I wanted to keep the stacks low at all times. That's the gimmick. Got it.
그간에 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 적합한
Right.
조치였습니다.
Next turn, she's gonna switch over to her special. Paralyzed doesn't do nothing.
이 기회에
Right.
평소 지휘
So different battle after 2 turns. Is a pair made of a single coin skill. Right, keep the stack low for now. Hit as an opposed attack or hit against an gain true so play the hell. Okay, want to keep the stack low this turn. Just below 5. How does she gain? Hold on. Turn start, gain or lose. Choose to play the homeland cell stack based on the battle form. Okay, so when the turn starts, she's gonna lose or gain. So we want to keep it low for now. Let's give the dramatic skill for something that requires a dramatic skill. Okie, sounds good to me. Who's targeting this? Who's targeting this? Who's targeting this? Gain, choose to play. We don't want you to do that. You are going to attack here. One-sided. Let that attack go through.
된다면 사활을 건너.
Alright, so far so good. Alright. Now we need that stack to go up. Because next turn she's gonna turn into a stronger one. So that attack has to go. Nah, let's not get hit by that bow attack. Let's not get hit by that bow attack, shall we? That attack has to go because she has to gain the thing. That is the bow attack, right?
벤단 4월을 건다.
Alright, gotta keep the focus on. That still hits like a truck, man. We gotta dance with the sword forms. I get the idea here. Still got a lot of bleed. I don't like how much bleed we're getting. But we can have Faust offset that with a well-placed healing. Alright, she changed her form now. She's now this one. Right, you gotta get stacks now. So we're gonna get starting with this. Let's have that attack that is. Oh, this attack cannot be clashed. Let's see. Hold on. Gotta think things through here. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. We do need could use a healing. Let's clear off this here first. First, we have to have her gain Swordblade of the Homeland. This clash has to be the first one, and we are the fastest, and she's low as hell. Second, we have to leave this attack be the very last. It has like a shit ton of attack weight. So that's why I lost that clash. I see. You know what? I'm not leaving this to the hand of fate. You're getting the Yuseng special here. That will put us a little bit behind on getting our fluid sack going. There's an AoE. It has speed. That attack is the bow, which is hopeless right now, but it's targeting. Who is it targeting? It's targeting him. You can eat that attack. You know what? I'm gonna let Kin eat that attack. I don't care. I want to keep my sinners alive. I do not wish them to perish. There we go. Sounds good. Gains the thing, becomes stronger, and that should be all there is to it. What about this attack? Tiger Hunt that is going unopposed here. What the fuck? I thought someone was gonna help me. Is anyone gonna help me? Anyone giving me my flash does not have an assist defense, so we are kind of screwed if we let that attack through. So there we go. That sounds better. So dealt without Dimension Shredder. Sort of play the Homeland, I don't care. This one is going to be the first one because Kin is Sasser, and this one is gonna let Kin eat a arrow because I don't care about that. Oh yeah, they're faster than us. Tiger Slayer. Here's your homeland back. Bleed. Is that gonna stagger her or no? Why didn't I? Oh no! Did I let the clack go and clashed? Yeah, you're. I'm not giving you a chance. You're getting the Yisang special.
색색이 황홀하고 아예 기억 못하게 하려는
Not a lot of damage, but good enough. Here comes the big attack. Oh, it activates a bleed on us. That's such BS. Alright, kid, here's an arrow for you. You can take it. You're a big boy. Alright. She is still in the blue form. That means she needs to gain. Right. One more turn. This is the big attack that is going to be countered by acupuncture. I don't believe you. I don't trust like that. No. No. Bad. I don't trust like that. I don't trust like that. We are... Oh, okay, we're gonna have to dance with her speed, huh? Everyone is slow to shit, what the fuck? Gain tree. Yeah, she needs to gain right now, so Otis take care of... It has to be first, so she's gonna lose. I guess we can have it happen later. Sorry, I started strategizing here. Please give me a moment. Brain, not good for strategizing. Goes here. His attack can be clashed against anyone, so we're gonna have Faust do it because it's an instant heal. This attack is going for Kin unopposed. Interesting. I guess I'm gonna just let it happen. Just let it happen. Let it happen. We still have that bow attack that is coming for Faust of all people. You know what? Here we go. I think I found the option. There we go. That sounds good. Then we go for the counter form here, the guard form. Is that upsetting it? No. It has to be faster than her. And we don't have anyone faster than her that can use a defense skill and handle that attack. Right, fine. Fine, that's fine. That sounds about good. The big chance is gonna be staggered before I do anything, actually, now that I think about it. Yep, they just jumped her. Okay, that's a free damage turn. We also get some healing out of it, so that's always nice. Okay, that's going better than the first time. Now that we, this is how it's always operated in Limbus company. I meet head first, and then after that I check how, how to actually do it when I get my shit kicked in. And we did get our shit rocked, but it was awesome. We got our shit rocked, and it was awesome. That music is rocking, baby. I don't think this is going to be enough to kill her, but possibly, maybe. Critical damage team does do a good amount of damage, and we did lower her resistance. She's weak to pride and lower her resistance to slash. Just about.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을
7 turns. Damage her.
이런 보수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
Goodbye. A little underwhelming, but alright, story time. She's not as powerful as I recall, yet weighed down by the brand, I am not so far ahead or behind. I don't know, I think you're doing pretty well. Verily, they ain't evenly matched yet. The doing that through like he's trying to get himself killed. That blade work is far beneath him. Seeking the end here, is he? Can you afford to look away in a duel? What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword with mind and parry it away? Can't have a proper sword fight without a blade lock though, huh? The duel between the mentor of the Syndicate and the military commissioner of S-Corp is neck to neck, clash after clash. The two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before it comes to a close in a final, fatal bout. When the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand, dead. If that's what you want, I will grant it. Good, let's finish this. Just as Bamboo had Kin and Jong up, ready for their final bout, Engdu leaped in between them. Engdu? Are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die? Yes. Yes, I am. I am scared. I am terrified of my own audacity to live my days as though I had failed everything and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me. My mission, my honor, my fellows, as though my path isn't haunted by ghosts, as though I can't stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. What have I even done with the life that was given to me? Blind to the realities of my homeland, I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my very fellows who chose to trust a fool like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere I had gone. Isn't it about time I admitted that this game cannot be won? That... Mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor, and the weakness in your heart has become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. Engdu? I thought you were here to talk me to keep on living, that your words pain me so. What weakness of yours is this time, that you would cast away your creed and life? What other weakness will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities asked not of you. The Blade Leader was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, mentor. Or does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another? Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man when he's down. And I have enough of that flippant larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up the fact that your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden it had cast upon your shoulders, or your own shoulders? None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands? Why, mentor, I know that kind of shame or responsibility a mere tool has you. Do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on so that you may repay your debts. Out of blades, out of arrows. Even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There is no stone left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there was some merit in your words, that I must retreat from this silly game of stones and become a fiend of blades. Mentor? That is not what I said. Interesting. Whence did you hear that poem? When inverted a bamboo hat is like unladen ship. Engdu and Gyeongrok were knocked away by bamboo hat kin as though bounced off by an invisible force. King raises his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there, a hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. It's the voice! But your last move was not a good one. Indeed, I did wish to become a blade, and what did you do? Forge me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into friend and foe both. It seems that in your excitement you have cornered yourself with that last move. Well, as it seems that I had an opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Be not so vexed by this round. As you say, we never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of our device. But let us play by my rules for tonight's game. Something's different this time, ain't it? It ain't distorting, I think that's an efflorescence perhaps. Nothing is for centering indeed, yet I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears, I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has been certain, ever been certain. I know not where this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire to be victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I will take what encouragement I can. The strange invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman, Yin Yin Young, had just her grip on the sword. Kin turned around to look at her and saw that a weighty shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. A bit embarrassed to change my stance now, but now I fight to live, and I suppose you will be okay with that. Of course. Oh! To hide from heaven's gaze, this hat I wore. An empty boat, it bore my friends along. In bamboo veiled, we drift from shore to shore. With wine, I don my hat to watch balloons strong. In mirth, I doff that shroud to moon adore. So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, to veil my brow, though winds may rage, I shall not trow. Hi to me, bamboo-hatted one, speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the word? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the word? There is none. So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kin. Bamboo-Hatted Kin, the treasonous wretch. Hell to the fucking yeah! Hell to the fucking yeah! Let's finish this. The photographs rapidly fold away from reality. Perhaps because Kin had successfully managed to face his own past. When these photographs and memories that were once overlaid upon the Phaetons are pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The Phaetons of S-Corp slowly lose grip on this world, and soon reveals the Phaetons of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the backstreets in their blissful highs from taking the Ken experience, and a man who's watching them with disapproval. Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. Photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. Our lives, our experiences. You want to be a billionaire with an extravagant nest in the nest? A legendary fixer who can make the syndicates cower in fear just by going on a stroll? What you get from those cans is not real. It's everything in your lives, all of this. It's just an empty means to an end, so that you can get a high on a fake purchase experience nailed into a can? If that's all your life is, then my life and the photographs taken here are all... No, it can't be. My life, those experiences and memories I photographed are different. You're all blindly consume fake experience after fake experience without a care about the real thing. That's why you're all floundering, grasping at illusions. So let me show you the things I've shot. The memories, the experiences, the reality of your lives. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Mercer's face. I reflected upon the events of today and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experience or that guy's photograph, do you, Mercer? Because experience and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But what I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Mercer. Huh? A figure materialized into a humanoid form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortions. And next to him is another figure, stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. Blimey, that thing is still alive? It is but an overlay of Phaetons created within a distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet, faint does she grow, it must be the distortion power is waning. Hark, accused one, for these are your crimes. The crime of fomenting chaos in a foreign wing while impersonating Chunokuns of Salpipeo Agro-Industries. The crime of exploiting the suffering of Salpipeo Agro-Industries downtrodden as a mere veil for one's own Phaetons. And, though it may be part of a reenactment, impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree. Pursuant to the law of the homeland, then accused the sentence to death by beheading. And before he even had the chance to step in or anything, the faint mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on the docugrapher's neck, decapitating him. Can an entity of the Phaetons lay one outside of it? Such an instance has therefore never been observed, but as it is happening right now, right before our eyes, I can only say yes. Jong-up is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumbles to the floor, Ying-Yong-Yop's shape slowly phases out of reality. And we found ourselves back into the projection room. And there... No way, don't tell me the headless corpse is... We found a large group of injured N-Corp staff thrown pell-mell about the room, and Ezra was looking down the headless body of the doctographer. Oops! We kinda killed him. Oop. Well, not we have nothing to do with it, but, you know, a projected reality of something is still a projected reality. It still holds the same things. Damn, Urso, you brought hell out here. Well, we did well. Let's finish this subject. The final chapter, I assume, of this interval. It has been a mighty 5 hours. Yep, right on. Gotcha, team leader. And that's the initial report done. Good work, guys. Tucking her radio back in, Ezra commended us in a relieved voice. The distortion has perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble? Yeah, that kind of sucks, but it's not like you guys could help it. We could have thought that the distortion would kill its own inflection point. If we knew that in advance, we probably wouldn't have prepared something to stop it, but, well, that's for the LSD and team leader to investigate. All in all, the mission was still a success, since we managed to eradicate the distortion from N-Corp, not to mention satisfying our client. Also, Ezra looked toward Engdu and Kin with a lighthearted shrug, clearly less concerned that you had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing in your room without letting us know. Glad you don't have any more reason to do so it's all good. Hey, that's a real win of this mission in my book. Phooey! The point is, we did it. We did the thing, it's done. Gosh, I swear I'm never doing one of these without team leader ever again. Seriously, got this close to losing more than a few times. Seeing that the responsibility of looking after her LCD juniors had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I had noticed that her brows had finally relaxed, bringing him back to the chipper Urza I was more familiar with. Thus, I shall not abide by more of your indolence. You will now join us on mission tasks as you're expected to. Is that understood, mentor? Engdu, would you mind releasing the hands of my sleeve? Oh, what I wouldn't give to lie down and pass out right about now. The raw emotion in Kin's voice had likewise faded. And with Engdu's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the Phaetons, it seemed to me that the two were back to more relaxed selves I knew. I can't exactly say more relaxed for Kin though, because that's how he's always been, at least, from what I've seen, in any case. Fine, you're released. You give me a hard shake. I don't feel so good. Say, Engdu, I'm afraid I may have gone overboard with replicating your arm. With your ham release, allow me to reiterate that. Stop. My heart finds peace as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. Hang on, man. I got a dislocated shoulder. I can pop that right back into place for you. Allow me if they care similar injuries in the field. And guess what happened last time I let you do that? You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way and turned the bones on my shoulder into little chips. Don't sweat it. I can rewind that. By now, I've already grown used to the pain of rewinding the sinner's injuries. A dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. I have aught to ask thee. A clarification, if thou wilt. Yeah? Dost thou recall how, as we battled the N-Corp pin frame team, the foes have taken photograph of us? And they are those who were sent to identify and capture the one who had violated taboo, forsooth. As we stood in their path, 'tis no mystery that why we had come to blows, yet I find this most perplexing. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they were taking photographs to report their locations? Recording footage is taboo in N-Corp, meaning they can't install security cameras here. Their only option for keeping a constant recorder or tracking down a case or a person is by photographs. Neither words hold water, yet most puzzling forsooth. For I recall with clarity from a certain point they had begun photographing us with renewed obsession. Oh, hey, that sounds like a question from Urso. Given how I often had to rely on the information Urso had provided me in this mission, I think I got enough practice on how to phrase my questions right away and pull the answers I need for him. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgments on matters, but since he seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen, Merso, do you remember how many pictures of us the N-Corp staff look? I do, 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. Do you actually remember the exact numbers they shot us? I do. It's always so neat seeing his memory in action. So, did you get the chance to which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. And who is it? Is it me? I'd make for a fine model if I do the same myself. Nope, it wasn't you. It was me. Huh? But why? I mean, what's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? It was at that moment that I heard the sound of pebbles crunching under boot approaching us, louder and louder. What the heck? N-Corp. Oh, dang it. Are you here because of some of your guys? Listen here, we had to because of the distortion, see? It is as she says, this skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus Company provides a customer damage compensation program in which such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging us in battles, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters at your first. Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation as you have recommended. But we are here on different business, so you would be so kind to let us speak. Different business? They are here to arrest me, manager. Hold on, Mercer. Let's hear them. Wait, what? Mercer did not resist. He walked past us and joined a group of N-Corp employees. Please confirm that you're Mercer, formerly Juan Hondeos, and a former member of the maintenance and management team at Grand Magazine Sisyphine headquarters. Confirmed. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from N-Corp, with imprisonment as the penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 of the eviction regulations, you have also been informed that remaining N-Corp position for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged. You are sound of mind to recall the entirety. Confirmed. Very well. Then, in keeping with the regulations, I hereby notify that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I'm required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, stop! What the hell is going on? Wait, forget all that. Did you know this was happening, Marcel? Marcel, who stood calmly with his arms behind the backs of the N-Corp employees, handcuffed and nodded placidly in my direction. I did, Manager. Then why the heck did you... It was less of a question and more of a reflex, but I didn't need to hear the reply to know why. Right, I never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say, you should have warned us way earlier, but you just reply, I would follow this instruction going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject now in custody. From this moment, all you're considered suspected will be transported in corporate quarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, would you be the organization suspect as a part of? Organize your ass. When in the bloody hell do you think you are? Heathcliff, you're about to antagonize N-Corp, a wing. In the absence of a reasonably justifiable cause, such as a contract, engaging in battle with the city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged. Yeah? And we're supposed to twiddle our thumb while they drag him away? This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone. Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell that this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either, as she was sending us an uncomfortable glance at the N-Corp's employees. So, where are you taking him? A retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Mercer into custody. We looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked us like 1,000 hot needles. Mercer, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would have not seen out of place on any ordinary day. Oh my god, it just took him. Is this the end of the thing? Is there more? Is there more? Is there more? I want more. I'm so tasty. No, that was all of it. No, give me that. 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 All right. That was a nice 5 hours. That was great. Great, I tell you. That was fantastic. Now, with this complete, I am ending today's stream. Well, thank you all so much for staying with me, whoever you are, whatever you're watching from, or whenever you're watching the stream. If you like the stream, please recommend it to your friends, but if you didn't, please recommend it to your enemies. If you wish to give some support here to the channel, please remember to leave a like, a comment, a subscribe, all that good stuff. With all that said, sweet kisses and goodbye. Mwah. Until next time.